Second now. Well, greetings everybody, and welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club with Got That Funk, and my guest host for the moment, Rob. How you doing, Rob?
I am okay.
Yeah, we were just prior to going live. We were just talking about the oligarchy and how like basically plebs like me are dispensable. We are fodder. That's certainly how I feel. I don't inhabit any strata of society where I make any significant impact on the large mass of people. The best thing I've ever done with my life is raise two beautiful kids. You know, other than that, I haven't really contributed to the world in any significant way, unless you count my artwork, which won't be getting, and that won't count, basically. Yeah. My YouTube channel might survive me, but that's about it.
Well, as we were saying, um, the oligarchy has enough money and power to basically do whatever they want. Any laws that would stand in their way, they have the money to basically buy the congressman that they would need in order to change those laws to further their own agenda. Conspiracy theorists will have us believe, especially the more insane conspiracy theorists, would have us believe that people like Bill Gates are out to depopulate the planet and microchip everybody to some mysterious, fuzzy, blurry, undefined um, end. And I call bullshit. It's basically
I
what
hear
we're
that. Yeah, the whole this all ties in with what's going on right now because the entire system is built up over the past, especially 40 years that I've certainly been an adult for. Um, I've seen it been building up in this particular way to favor the richer and richer and richer at the expense of basically the middle class now. It used to just be at the expense of the poor, but now the poor is at almost everybody. Now the poor is including the most what we used to call middle class in terms of their ability to dispense their wealth, or accumulate even wealth. Um, and also things like leisure time and stuff, and especially now with the pandemic and 40 million people being unemployed and everything else like that, that there ain't going to be no bounce back. We're going to have to pick ourselves up like Rocky off the mat. You know what I mean? And do it one
yeah.
more time. You
My
know?
opinion, my opinion on that has actually changed over the last several weeks. Several weeks ago, I was saying that this is a temporary pause. When things open back up, business owners will go back into their shops and open the doors, and all their employees, even if it's slow and staggered, they're still going to return to work. But now it's been so long with no real end in sight that the prospect of it just being a pause is diminishing by the day. So yeah, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I'm, and with everything that's going on right now in terms of you know, uh, just the current events that I'm sure we'll talk more about as more people trickle into the room. But I mean, you know, um, because first of all, there was understandable outrage when the footage emerged of George Floyd being murdered. It is horrible. Anytime someone is murdered, obviously it's awful. But to see someone who was extremely casual about what he was doing being begged by other people. I don't know how many people were shouting at him and begging him to give the guy a chance to breathe. And there was a period of time for at least 2 minutes as well where a second cop was also kneeling on George Floyd's back while the other cop had his knee on his neck as well.
Two
Now,
other cops.
yeah, two other cops. So I mean, I've had kids, and they're kids, and they used to sit on my back sometimes when I watch TV, and yeah, I let them do it. But yeah, it was a struggle to breathe, and that's just kids. That's not people pressing down trying to stop your lungs from going back and forth. And then the fucking autopsy report says, oh, it was a combination of his pre-existing conditions and the pressure being applied by the cops. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All it proves to me, quite frankly, is that if you do it slow enough over an extended period of time, you can kill someone without leaving any marks. That's what it proves to me.
Right. I mean, and even if there was a pre-existing condition, I didn't see a pre-existing condition like listed. I didn't see one named. I just saw that they
Well,
said a pre-existing condition.
I can quote it for you. Hang on, I wrote it down because I was fucking livid when I saw this. Man, I practically lost my shit. I was so mad. I really was. Okay, this is the quote from the official release statement is. Hang on, I'll get Nathan in here as well. Hello, Nathan,
Hey,
brother.
what's
You all
happening?
right? Hang on, we'll go back to that. Go back to that for a second. Yeah, that's all right. You do your thing. I'm just reading the autopsy thing at the moment. It says the autopsy revealed no physical findings that support a diagnosis of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation. Mr. Floyd had underlying health conditions, including coronary artery disease and hypertensive heart disease. The combined effects of Mr. Floyd being restrained by the police, his underlying health conditions, and any potential intoxicants in his system likely contributed to his death.
Potential. Yeah, I mean, and even if that is an honest assessment of what happened, and I'm not a doctor and I have no way of knowing it is, and I didn't perform the autopsy, but even if it is an honest assessment of what caused his death, that doesn't change the fact that there were 3 police officers holding down a guy who was clearly in distress.
Right. Begging
So,
for
I mean, you know, it doesn't it doesn't on its surface it looks as though they're like, oh, it's not really the cop's fault. No, it really kind of is, because it doesn't matter, because the man was still clearly in distress. 9 minutes on somebody's neck, on anybody's neck,
Right.
it's just uncalled for.
Okay, let me read this to you again because I want to show you how what they've done here. This is what I call psycholinguistics, all right? Pay very close attention to the words because they are not saying that the cops didn't cause his death. Listen carefully. It says, quote, the autopsy revealed no physical findings that support a diagnosis of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation. In other words, no bruising, no breaking of the blood vessels.
Right.
In other words, say if you do it slowly enough over an extended period of time, you can kill someone without leaving a mark. That's all to me. That's all that says.
Yep.
Yeah. But they've worded it to make it say like, oh well, you know, that didn't do it. It was because he had other conditions. And here's the thing I'd like to say about that as well. Supposing that you know, I mean, I already thought that it was illegal for cops to apply potentially lethal pressure to the neck. In any way, I know cops aren't supposed to chokehold you, and that's what happened to Eric Garner 5 years ago. But they weren't, and that's how I know it was illegal because I remember that story real well. And that was they made a big fuss about how it was an illegal chokehold, and yet somehow they still managed to not convict the cop who did it. You know, which is basically the story of the past 10 years in America. But I'll get more on that in a minute. But back to this statement. I know it's more than 10 years. But I mean, no, they've been rubbing our face in it, literally rubbing our face in it. Now, I'm going to bring up that quote from Will Smith. You know, his racism isn't getting any worse. It's getting recorded. You know, and I agree with that. The fact is, everybody's got a camera now, and so we're much more. We're forced to contend with the physical evidence of what people have been telling us for fucking my whole life. You know. So, how are you, Michael?
I'm doing okay. And you meant arrest, not convict. They didn't arrest him because he still gets a trial.
Well, I mean, I absolutely think I believe in due process for every person, and that's certainly true. However, as far, you know, I
want to put some cameras on this trial.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, right? It's the mental gymnastics, and goodness help me. I mean, God help, fuck me. I'm considering what's already happened this week. If it goes to trial and they let this guy off or these officers off, it'll be worse than 92, man. Way worse than 92. You know.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Everything falling apart over here.
Are
But
we okay to be making some
I'm good. How are you
off-color
guys doing?
comments? Because the other officer that I want arrested is the one that was standing right in front of it.
Chow
Right?
Chow.
Tao, right? First of all, like I consider racism to be something that inbred white people are really good at. But now I've seen an inbred Asian person be really good at it.
Well,
He looks like inbred, only the Asian version, and he was racist. And I was like, damn it.
Well, I think what we have had rubbed our faces rubbed in this week is that the institution is infested with racism. You know, the institution is infested with racism. And as I said on my video on my own channel earlier today, a line that I heard from another YouTuber, Nappy Headed Jojoba or whatever her name is, she said that it's not the system is institutionally racist; it's the racism is the system, and
Okay.
we need to wrap our head around the fact that the actual system is racism, not racist.
Systemically, it's systemically and systematically. I mean, it's systemically as in, you know, through the entire system, and systematically as in it was built that way. So I mean, it's completely inherent into the entire system.
Well,
I'm
right.
just saying the way that
And-
Tao puffed out his chest that way reminded me of some of the special needs students that I've had to give therapy to in the past. He really does look like,
There's
why
something wrong.
are there not like thresholds for achievement before you could be a police officer? Why are there no hiring standards? He really looked like, how did he get a uniform? Like, what is going on here? Like, and it takes somebody who is below average intelligence to let something like that happen, with people screaming the right answer right in your ear. Turn around and look, that guy's dying.
Right.
Right? For people to be screaming
I
in his
have an
face
answer
the
for
right
that.
answer, and they're not trying to attack him or anything. They're just like, tell him, look, you are doing something incredibly fucking wrong. Turn around and look. And he was dumb enough to just stand there like he did. Chest
He
puffed
didn't.
out.
He didn't care. He didn't care. It
Following
was
marching
he
orders.
had this idea that he could get away with it. He could get away with it, and he knew it. As far as and I don't know if he will. I kind of have a sneaking suspicion he might, but he knew he could get away with it, and he did it. And he did it right in people's faces to show, hey, I'm that guy. I have the power. I can do what the hell I want. Now, like I say, will he get away with it? I don't know, but I'm hoping that he doesn't. But we've seen things like this before, and we have seen officers get away with it because, well, they're cops, and this was just a black guy, and you know, to a lot of people, it's no big deal.
I think Tao, I think he possibly could get off. I don't think Chauvin going to get off. But I think that what they've charged him with so far is going to be easy enough for them to prove. I think they were careful with what they charged with. I think Chauvin, I don't think he's going to get off, Chauvin. But yeah, the Asian that Michael was talking about, he may.
Tao could get off because his stupid not turning around and looking is actually going to protect him, because he didn't see anything.
I didn't see nothing. Yeah.
You can see
but
by the
other
angle
guy,
of the camera. Of course, he didn't see anything because he didn't turn around.
I'll be shocked if Chauvin gets off, then Minneapolis deserves to burn. You know, I mean, at that point, burn the whole damn thing down. I mean, it deserves to burn if he gets off. But I think they were careful with how they charged and what they charged. He's going to jail. He's going to jail.
I hope so.
And at the very least,
definitely
there's
hope
4
so.
cops that are rotten that won't be working.
Yeah, well, you know, at least 3 of them could probably go to another another police force though and get jobs.
This will follow them. This is that bad. I mean, the
Hopefully.
whole city on fire because of them. This will follow them. The
Yeah,
internet doesn't forget.
I think he'll follow them for a while, but I still think there are places where they could probably get jobs. I think there's still places they could probably get jobs, and it'll be, months down the road, because just as much as we're angry right now, people still do forget. They forget about this stuff later on, and something else will pop up that will, that'll anger us, and we'll get into that and think, every few months, every few weeks, every few days, there's something new to get angry about. So
Worse than that, though, they could just go down the highway 100 miles and find a precinct that's sympathetic to them.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Nathan is right though. Calm, no matter how ugly things get, calm will return. And when it does, memories begin to fade. So.
All right, but I think this whole thing to me really stinks. Sorry to butt in, right? But first of all, hello, Swordsage. Welcome. It's good to have you back, man.
Nice to be here.
I brought up something on my video earlier today that now that we've got a full screen of people, I really want to jump in there and discuss, because in the past, like, let's just say 30 days, and it's actually been less than that. We've had the Ahmaud Arbery thing happen, and there was understandable outrage about that, right? Mm-hmm. A couple of days later, there was some guys who were involved, supposedly involved in a shooting against cops in Indianapolis, and one guy got shot while he broadcast it live on Facebook. Now, whether he shot at the cops or not, I don't know. At this point, I don't believe anything anymore. I'm beyond fucking skeptical. You know what I mean? Just because who says they shot at the cops? Did the cops say they shot at the cops? Then I'm sorry if I'm doubtful. I'm actually not sorry. They've earned my doubt. They've earned more than my doubt. They've earned my disgust at this point. But that's not where we want to go. So you had Ahmaud Arbery. Like 3 or 4 days later, you had that guy in Indianapolis. A couple of days after that, you had Breonna Taylor getting shot 8 times in fucking bed by plainclothes cops in her own fucking house, who wanted to arrest someone who wasn't even fucking there, who they already custody, right? If that isn't more outrageous than anything in my fucking, you can't even be safe in your own fucking home, for fuck's sake, right? And then a couple of days later, we get the fucking thing in Central Park. Now that has nothing to do with this stuff, as far as I'm concerned. It just happened to be in the wrong atmosphere, bad timing, right, for that thing to happen. But it still happened in the same time. And then now we have this thing with George Best. And so as far as I'm concerned, the 3 things in particular: George Best, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery. That Ahmaud Arbery happened in February, but that didn't get released for 74 days. Why the fuck not? All of a sudden, they're ready to go with this shit. And then Trump today is all over Twitter talking about, it's all Antifa with all these burning downs, and all these bots are on Twitter all saying the same thing. Funny how there's all these bots on Twitter saying the same thing Trump's saying. And I just wonder how these white supremacists in America have been itching for a race war for fucking ever. And I think the time to jump is now. I think they've been told to jump.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to shut up now. Y'all take over.
I watched a video on Facebook the other day from Texas. 21-year-old kid lying face down in his lawn, in his front yard, with his arms out and his legs out, screaming, crying. He's got police from his town, I guess it was his town, or sheriffs or whatever. 3 squad cars all have guns on them. And the kid is crying and screaming that, what did I do? What did I do? He ran a stop sign. He ran a fucking stop sign. Ran a stop sign. And his grandmother comes running out of the house, and they tackle her. 90 years old. They tackled her to the ground. 90-year-old woman. And the kid is like, unfortunately, his sister recorded it on her phone, and I kept thinking, please shut up. Please shut up. I want to hear what's happening, because she's screaming. He's black, y'all. He's afraid you're going to kill him. What do you want him to say?
Yeah.
And the kid was bawling. And I mean, I'm sitting here watching. I'm starting to tear up. And Pete says, don't watch that shit. Don't watch that. It's going to kill you. You can't watch it. You can't watch it. You take other people's word for it. Don't watch it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I watched it. Now, nothing happened to the kid eventually, but dude, he ran a stop sign.
Yeah, and he was afraid for his life for a good 5 minutes, and it looked like they were going to shoot him the whole time.
Yeah. You saw?
They
Did you
were
see
waiting
that
for him
video?
to move. All he had to do was raise his fucking hand up behind his head, and he was gone.
Yeah, and I mean, as somebody who's had to deal with that sort of nonsense, especially because I'm from New York, and unfortunately, I had to live in Giuliani's New York.
Right.
Basically, when he told the cops, pretty much, forget the rule book, do whatever the hell you want, and then we were just getting shot up left and right. Though I should also amend it by saying that white people were also getting shot in New York during this time, but they made sure to hide that so that all New Yorkers wouldn't get outraged. When you got dark-skinned people getting shot, well, then it's just part of the plan, especially when this was back during the 90s. And even now, with the way things are going, it's still part of the plan. The only reason now that people are beginning to get more and more outraged because more and more black people are able to have more of a presence in social media and they're making more of a big deal of it. But if I'm going to be blunt, it may seem, to quote Will Smith, it may seem like there's more of it. No, it's just being filmed. That's all that's happening.
Right.
It's just being filmed.
Yeah.
Now, I happen to have half a mind about the response. There are people who are saying right now, especially with the riots that have been popping up, no, you guys shouldn't be doing that. You're destroying public property. This is not the way to do things. They're trying to incite a race riot. And I understand that. I understand that if you're just going to be blowing up emotionally, if you're just reacting, then that's not exactly effective. However, I have to say I am sick and tired of victims constantly being told that they're not supposed to react. Because all I have to point out is 9/11. All I got to point out is Waco. All I have to point out is you're not getting a haircut and they're ready to put a bullet in the back of somebody's head.
Ruby Ridge.
But when you have something that's been going on for decades, lives being lost, and people are finally saying, okay, enough is enough. We've been talking. And you're doing this with a group of people who their supporters are mad at you just simply for taking a knee in the beginning of a freaking football game. What the hell is it going to take? No one's listening.
Right.
People have been like, well, let me just put it another way. I know some people have been bringing up as an example of what's been happening, the Boston Tea Party, which is not a perfect analogy. I can see why it's being used, but it's not a perfect analogy. And the one thing that really cracked me up is I saw one conversation on social media where somebody brought up, you shouldn't be destroying public property. And then somebody brought up the Boston Tea Party. And then the other guy came back, well, they did that because no one was listening to them.
Yeah, I saw that one.
And I'm like, I mean, freaking Eldridge Cleaver had one time made sent a letter to Reagan years ago during the 60s about the story about the guy begging in the street and no one's listening to him. And he stretched the analogy further, saying that the guy is no longer begging. In fact, he's barely talking because it's obvious to him that nobody's listening. And he's no longer holding a cup. Now he's holding a gun. And the day he stops talking is the day he starts shooting.
Yeah.
Now, this is eerie words because you got racists who are coining that line. You got other people coining that line. But the problem is human behavior is when you, just like any animal, you squeeze them in a corner long enough, they're going to react, period. Whether it has little to do with ideology, it has little to do with, victimhood. It's got little to do with whatever your biases may lie towards. You take an animal and you pressure it long enough, it's going to react. And sometimes, in fact, many times when we see people who are backed up against the wall finally just react, even if they're not necessarily doing it in an effective way, usually we find some ways to make it heroic or make it like, see, that's what's supposed to be done. We do this with movies where rebels who are pushing against a wall suddenly just reacting like, see, this is the day they did their revolution. They always keep doing that, except for in this country when it happens to be the guys with extra melanin in their skin. Well, and I'm for one getting sick of it. I get the counter argument. I'm really getting tired of that.
Well, think about this. They tell us, we should do peaceful ways. Well, think about it. And how many states now? I don't think any of them passed, although I think one or two of them did, where when Black Lives Matter was marching and because they weren't getting the traction they wanted, so they were blocking traffic, and there were actually pushes in various state houses to make it legal for drivers to run down the protesters. So if our peaceful protest is met by you citizens are now deputized to murder protesters in the street, then how the fuck are we supposed to protest? in a peaceful way. If the response to peaceful protest is violence, then that means the only way to protest is violence. Especially when you have, we talked before, white guys showing up. You talk about getting pushed. They got pushed because they had to wear a mask to protect other people, and they took over government buildings. Shut down the fucking legislature, and no one rolled tanks out. The cops didn't shoot them. No one got arrested. What the fuck? I'm so sick and tired of this double standard.
What I said to people who were talking about the looting and saying, saying they just want free shit. They're just trying to get free shit. Like, no. Because you know what? If the guys in that neighborhood really wanted to get free shit, they could do it any night of the week with their buddies and just break the windows and take it. It's happening now because what you're seeing is a vast majority of a demographic that has put up with shit for so long that they feel nobody's listening. They have no control. But this they can control.
And not only that,
this
but
is within their control.
Not only that, but one thing that amuses me, and this has happened over and over again, whenever actually any group of people will say for their own, because if there's like a hockey riot or a soccer riot or football riot, nobody's complaining about the destruction of private property. They just boys will be boys. Right. So there's that double standard there. However, the thing that does amuse me,
yes, they do, Juris. Yes, they fucking do. You rotten piece of shit.
I just pointed out, and the funny thing is, I just pointed out again how many riots, like again, at the end of like a hockey riot or a football riot, when their favorite team loses, cars get destroyed, shops get destroyed, and when their stuff gets looted, and we have this documented on how many newspapers have reported this, how many old news clippings can we dig up that's archived. But again, you have, when you believe the lie that, well, one group of people are prone to this, but one group of people are prone to that, reality doesn't hit you.
Dude,
it has to be reminded of it. The point that I wanted to bring up.
They riot even when their team wins.
Yeah. But, and again, for insignificant shit, but because they're not going to really get in trouble for it. But the point I want to bring up, however, is I keep seeing this. Whenever these riots happen and they just react, and again, I will say it's a bit inefficient. I mean, it was a little bit more efficient. I know it's going to be very controversial to say this, but when I heard they burned down a police station, I'm like, okay, well, at least that was a little bit more efficient, and that you're actually directing the rage toward what actually did the damage.
Yeah.
However, when it comes to destroying the stores,
same opinion.
That was when the crowd made.
When they actually are going around destroying the stores and breaking all that type of stuff, the counter argument is look at the destruction of private property. Look at the destruction of all these goods. And that right there tells you what the value system of the nation is. Not lives. Now, some people say not black lives. No, not lives, period. Because you can see the exact same argument in so many other different protests that don't necessarily go with the status quo. It's these guys are on public property. What are they doing here? Oh, these guys happen to be messing around with goods that need to be sold. Not, okay, what are these people's grievances? Why are they angry?
Right.
We had lives lost. We have an abuse of authority. I don't care what anyone says. There is no reason whatsoever in any form of actual law enforcement where your job is actually, and it's funny how almost everyone in this country has completely forgotten the basic job of law enforcement. There is no reason if your job is law enforcement, and again, law enforcement, keeping the peace, there is no reason whatsoever you should have somebody's neck under your knee. I don't give a damn what they're doing. There is no, especially when you already have them restrained. The only reason you're going to be doing that is to do grievous bodily harm, which is not the reason to have enforcement or protection. Well, now, the thing is, what I think people, I'm sorry I keep over talking, but I have to bring this up. I don't know why I don't hear this more often when we start talking about police brutality or just police, period. The job of the police is to bring in the suspect for a fair trial. You're not Judge Dredd. Right. You're not the Punisher. But whenever we hear any story about how, I feared for my life, so I had to shoot him. They were struggling, so I had to break it. That's not your job. If you're like, I feared for my life, then you shouldn't be a cop. That's part of the risk. Right. That's the reason why we used to look up to law enforcement, because it's a dangerous job. But that doesn't give you license to instantly start blasting. In fact, so many even the military, unless they're given an order of, okay, you're making a strike, Usually when they're patrolling an area or dealing with a civilian population, even our military, for all the negative stuff that we have to say about them, no, you do not engage until you know for certain you're dealing with a hostile threat.
And in fact,
and they have.
Let me grab that point real quick because it's really salient. First off, in the military, you have wherever there's basically I forget what it's called, but basically there's rules of engagement.
Engagement, yeah.
And if you violate the rules of engagement and you're in the military, you are on the hot seat, man. You were going to stand tall before the man, and you could probably end up in Leavenworth or worse. So the other thing too, I want to put at the end of the lie this idea that we always say, oh well, people kind of look the other way because they have a hard job. Okay, yeah, cops in certain areas have a hard job. The idea that the average cop is in perpetual mortal danger is bullshit, and it's part of the reason why this stuff goes on. That's why people make excuses. Oh, well, they're under stress, and sometimes they got to pop off and just lose their temper and kill somebody. Which, first off, if that's how your mentality is, you shouldn't be a cop because it means you can't control yourself in that situation. Right. But secondly, it's not even fucking true. On average, 50 to 60 officers are killed in the line of duty as the result of what I'll call interaction with perpetrator. There's about an equal number due to non-combat deaths, drownings, friendly fire, other bullshit. Having a heart attack on the job because you eat too many fucking donuts. But 50 to 60, it's more dangerous in America in absolute terms and in per capita terms to be an electrician than it is to be a cop in most places in the United States. So what we do is we give this thing, oh, well, it's dangerous. Again, so maybe what that means, if it was really that dangerous, and there are areas they are, to be fair, then maybe what we need to do is rotate, just like you do in the military. You don't leave people in combat zone all the time. You eventually, you rotate them out and you take them out of the edge of the battle so they can recover because they're humans, they're not robots, and so that this way that they can decompress and get back to normal. But secondly, again, the idea, like my cousin Vance, he wanted to be a cop in the town I grew up in. Now, there's been one cop killed in that town in the last 55 years, and I have good authority because I have friend's father who works as a cop, worked with the guy who got killed, that he got killed because he violated procedures, effectively broke into somebody's house, and he got shot for doing it, and they couldn't even arrest the guy because it was the guy legally shot the cop. Yeah. So he wanted to be a cop in my town, and his wife was so petrified that he was going to get killed, so he didn't do it, and it was a good paying job. Instead, he ended up as a security guard in Camden and Trenton. And anyone who knows anything about New Jersey knows Camden and Trenton are two of the most dangerous towns in the state, in the country. So here he was, there's shootouts across the street on a daily basis, but she was afraid to have him in middle, central New Jersey, sleepy town USA, to be a cop, because this myth that if you're a cop, you're just constantly under the gun and there's enemies around every corner. But again, in the military, where you are actually at war, there's tougher rules and tougher accountability. So why do the police have this attitude that they're at war with the citizens? Because that's literally what it is. Now they're getting MRAPs and all this kind of stuff.
I have to jump in there. Why are they at war is a very good question, and a lot of that jumps into why are we giving them so much military equipment? Because I think you can't have one without the other. But I want to jump back to something Swordsage was talking about a moment ago, because I think it's really salient. What's happening right now with a lot of these riots? Phoenix Writer just mentioned in a comment a minute ago that she saw a video where there's these people, white folks showing up with hammers and stuff. I've seen literally dozens of these videos on Twitter throughout today and part of yesterday, where I've seen one where Max Blumenthal was doing a recording. He's a journalist, and he was doing a recording of this guy who totally looked like a cop, if you can look like a cop, and I think we all know what that means. Yeah. This guy looks like a cop. Got out of this truck, SUV, which was on a road which had already been blocked off to traffic by the police. And so how did this vehicle get on that road which is blocked off? So he walks up to the vehicle. First he walks up to the guy and says, are you a cop? He's like, no, I'm going to the protest. He goes, yeah, but you kind of look, why'd you get out of the vehicle? He goes, oh, I'm with CNN. So he goes to the vehicle, and there's two dudes sitting in the vehicle with the window down. So he goes to talk to the guys in the vehicle, and he says, what are you guys doing here? And they go, we're just we're here about the protest. And you're like, well, why are you in your truck? He said, oh, we just dropped off our friend. And he's like, yeah. What are you guys, cameramen or journalists? And they're like, no. And they go, oh, that's interesting because your friend just said you were with CNN. And he's, oh yeah, we're with CNN. Like, and then they rolled the window up and refused to talk to him anymore. I've seen, I don't know, at least a dozen videos of people literally getting out of cars with hammers and other blunt instruments like bricks and shit, who show up to riot. Now, this isn't just about this protest. This, in my opinion, as an activist, this is about all protests. One of the reasons that you want to have a peaceful society is not just for the benefits of living in peace and happiness with your neighbors, which is a great reason to have a peaceful society, is because if a society is at peace with itself, people don't demonstrate. People generally speaking won't demonstrate if people are prosperous and everything's cool. What's to demonstrate about?
Yeah.
But when people are being fucking shot in their own goddamn beds, it's time to hit the fucking streets. And it's time to hit the streets. I feel guilty that all I've done is march and vote. I feel like, what else can I fucking do? My friends, what can I fucking do? Because I don't fucking feel like I'm doing enough, and I don't know what else to do. How can you tear the system down without ruining your own life?
Yeah, I saw a post.
You answered your question right there.
Yeah, you did actually. You did. You answered your own question.
Well, I have to ruin my own life.
If you want me to be blunt, I'm sorry. I've reached an age where I really don't care anymore.
That's fine.
You answered your own question, and that's why you're not doing it.
Because
I'm not saying this to be an asshole.
No,
I'm saying,
fine.
look, I'm a father. I have a child that I have to take care of. So me going out there and ending up on the 11 o'clock news is not exactly something that I am geared to do. But it's because we all feel like we have something to lose.
Yeah.
People who finally feel like they got nothing to lose and just don't care anymore are the ones who are willing to go out and get stuff done.
Well, it's like the old.
You do, and that. I'm sorry, that's what it is.
Well, it's like the old expression. The most dangerous man is the one with nothing less to lose.
Or who feels that their life is worth losing for that cause, whatever they want to hold on to, whatever comforts they have, whatever protections they may have. They're like, you know what? That's not worth it. The goal is more worth it. I'm willing to suffer for this goal. As long as you don't have that thought, you're not going to go and do what it needs to be.
Real quick to Paul's earlier point about these suspicious looters. So I found a friend of mine posted an article and I've reposted it. It says Minnesota officials link arrested looters to white supremacist groups. So of course, what a better way to sandbag people than you go in there, agitators, and you basically try to discredit the protests. So then assholes like Curious go, oh, see, black people looting. When meanwhile, and me, you guys, I mean, those of you guys who know me, I am not prone to conspiratorial thinking. I tend to be very dim on conspiratorial thinking, and I think most of you guys know that. But when there's this much evidence, even I have to go, all right, there's some people sandbagging this shit.
It was
agent provocateurs. Agent provocateurs are as old as fucking time. I mean, this is active. It literally goes back centuries from regimes all over the world. It's not unique to America, not even close. Right. It goes back before America ever existed.
The St. Paul's mayor says every person they arrested was from out of state.
Yeah.
In fact, another thing that last night I actually saw footage of a cop in a gas mask smashing windows.
Yes,
they saw him just walk out and just start breaking windows, and they actually recorded like, "What the hell are you doing?" Yeah. And then he quickly was trying to skip out the way of that.
You went from window to window, just walked and bang, bang, bang as you went. The problem with the thinking that it's going to discredit the movement is that means that they believe that, and this ties into what I was trying to say before, was that rioting doesn't work. Like, you're not going to get what you want through a riot. Now, I saw somebody post on Facebook yesterday saying exactly that. This isn't going to work. These things never work. And my first thought was, Stonewall. I mean, how could you live in America today and say that riots don't work? Stonewall.
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, Stonewall, mostly dark-skinned guys who started that.
Yeah, it
It's
was
funny
actually
how the gay movement is now kind of lightened it. But if
mostly
you go
black-
back and look at the ones who actually,
mostly black trans women. It
Right.
was mostly black trans women and drag queens.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
Don't
if you think about it, the officer that the murderer, he didn't get arrested until after they started burning shit up.
Yep. They just fired him. They were just going to fire him originally, and at least that's what I believe. They were just going to fire him and then just kind of let it simmer, and they may have bulk charges. I don't believe that was their original intention, because people had to keep coming at them and saying, hey, this was a murder, right? This wasn't just an officer being out of line. This was literal murder.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
You had to push for something so obvious, and it's ridiculous.
I don't even I know that unlike my friend Joe down there, I am prone to conspiratorial thinking, and I personally believe, and I'm sorry, actually I'm not sorry. I personally believe that someone in charge in Philadelphia was told to sit on it for 48 hours to let shit fucking get going on the ground, to let this shit build up. That's what I think. I think it's in the interest of fucking Trump and his fucking people to have this mayhem, because it's in his interest. Like I say, he's already been on Twitter all day long going, and there's literally an army of bots all saying the same shit that Trump is saying. It couldn't be more obvious to someone who spends as much time on Twitter as I.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of Philadelphia, you reminded me of something I was thinking of earlier. So when we talked about the whole thing of equating, life versus property, to show how fucked up, how much it is about race, is that in Philadelphia years ago, I think it was FARC was the name of the group, but I could be wrong. But basically, they dropped a literal bomb on a house with some separatists. There was some black separatist group in Philadelphia. They dropped.
Oh no, that was was it Move?
Yes, you're right. Move.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they dropped a bomb on a house, and of course, it set it on fire. And fires don't know that that they should stay in the one place, and it basically burnt down a whole section of a neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly they didn't give a fuck about the property then, but they wanted to get those 4 or 5 people. So they burned down 20, 30 houses because they had to get those 5 people.
Well, keep in mind though that the houses that they're again, it's not big business. I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying.
Torching a bunch of. I'm not trying to excuse it.
No, I know. I'm just saying. In fact, I'm saying they don't care about his property when it's our property.
Yeah.
And that's why I laugh too when they say, "Oh, they're burning down their own neighborhoods." I say, and I've said to multiple white people with a very straight face, I'm like, "Be glad they're doing that." And they're like, "Well, why should I be glad?" Because they're not coming to your neighborhood. Because that's
right.
next. That's
and
next.
I can tell you from way back in the 90s, because I did for a short period of time used to when I was in college and I was organizing with people back when we were trying to do protests to lower college tuition, go up against police corruption in New York. And then I ended up seeing people getting beaten the crap out of them, thrown in paddy wagons after they lied about it. That's a whole other story. I can say that even way back when, there were people who were trying to get people going, look, when you riot or when you get angry, you got to know what your target is. Mm. Now, not to scare people who are watching this, for anyone who's like, oh my God, they're clutching their pearls. Oh my God, Target got looted. You have no idea how lucky you have it. Because there are people out there they were sick and tired then. Because there were some people who were they saw what happened in the 60s and 70s and felt that they got robbed. There are people out there who saw, for instance, how the March on Washington ended up. This might be a shock to some people. There were people who lived during that whole March on Washington time with the I Have a Dream speech who saw that as a farce because they remembered what the march was supposed to be. And then they saw what it got turned into. And then they saw that all the stuff that they had wanted wasn't going to happen, and that the government was actually going to we're actually going to vote against the Civil Rights Bill. And that's what started the riots of the summer after the march. They never teach this in History Month, but the history's there. There are people who remember that time period. And then they remember that brief period in the 70s when it looked like the boot was lifting off the neck, only for it to be reversed in the 80s when Reagan, and interestingly enough, the Christian right got into power. The compassionate people went in and then criminalized black life all over again. There were people who were bitter about that. And when they saw riots happening, for instance, when Rodney King got beaten up and you saw the explosion that happened there, people were like, oh my God, they really get nuts. And there were meanwhile old guys going, yeah, you'd be happy they didn't go into your neighborhood.
Exactly.
Because there were people who were like saying that they would be coming for you if they actually had a leader that was actually able to organize them against the people who are doing the damage. Like, again, me looking at the police station that burnt down, I'm like, in any other timeline, this would have happened much earlier. Because after all, it was the police that caused the damage.
Right.
It's kind of weird if you want to look at it from a completely, just completely emotionally detach yourself from all of this. It's really weird when you consider throughout history so many other historical events when there's one group that has a grievance against some other group that happens to be more powerful than them, how they tend to go after the source of the damage. Sometimes against an innocent person, sometimes not. Like, again, the start of World War I, when that Archbishop got assassinated. He had little to do with what happened, but he still represented the elite that the Serbians happened to have had a problem with at that time period. You saw a link there. It's like, these are the guys who are keeping us oppressed. We're going to go and put a bullet. How dare he come here during our holiday, as a representative of this nation that's oppressing us. We can argue whether they were right about that, but the point is that they were like, okay, these are the guys who are causing the damage. We're going to strike against them. Not, these guys are hurting us. Let's just explode. Well, it's really interesting that it's up until now that we are now seeing that they actually were able to target, the actual spot that represents what is the damage.
Well, into what you're saying, though, think about the source of the damage. Now, I remember I saw a number of pictures and videos where they were showing that minority-owned businesses, the protesters that actually put up signs and put up like wood, like wooden planking and everything, said, "Hey, leave these are our people in our neighborhood. Leave these people alone." And so you think about Target, Walmart. Well, those are sources of the damage because they come in and they destroy the local infrastructure and the local economy. So in a way, yes. Again, nobody, let's avoid violence, blah blah blah. But yet again, they are part of the plan, as you would say. So
when I saw the police station burn, I was actually excited for the protesters. I was like, this is a symbolic victory. This is a symbolic victory. People are going to remember this. This isn't going to go away.
I'll say this, that when that happened, typically I am a person who kind of says, organize and go straight to the source. And there was a point where I just kind of sat back and just went, I guess they went straight to the source. I mean, it was one of those situations where you're like, this was something that should have been moved on so quickly. Like, the police department itself should have been like, oh no, we don't do this. This guy is like, they should have been on top of it themselves before the mayor got on top of it. As soon as that dropped, the department should have been like, no, we don't go for this. This dude, he should have never just been fired. They should have never heard about him being fired. It should have been like, no, we got this guy in jail cell already, and we're getting ready to start prosecuting, and then going through the steps, because you watched the murder happen on TV, and just because the guy had on a cop uniform, it was like,
that was
okay,
major.
well,
Well, I mean, that's something that I've been talking about with a bunch of people, is that there is a certain police culture where, like, nobody likes a snitch. And if someone tried to turn in this guy, they'd be like ostracized from the rest of the force completely. So I can kind of understand the cowardice that might be involved in not reporting the guy as a cop. Not that it's excusable. I'm just saying I understand it.
Sure.
I mean,
I also feel that
calculation. I mean, because it's not like a situation where nobody knew, so they would have to depend on someone turning them in. I mean, it was on camera. The whole world saw it.
Yeah.
So I think
luckily they all saw it.
I think they figured it would disappear after a couple of days, and everybody could get on with their lives.
Because it usually does.
Because that usually does.
Right.
Like, you never know what's going to be the one thing that finally goes, okay, that's it. I will say that and it's kind of interesting to me that, I mean, we're talking right now about the fact that police station burned. I don't really see this being discussed much elsewhere. Most of the time, they're just simply focusing on the rioting, quote unquote. And as well, they're running amok. They're destroying Targets, they're destroying Walmarts. Not too much focus, unless you can correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
but I'm not really seeing too much focus on. Oh my God, I know why.
Well, here's the thing, because you think about it, okay, like whenever there's violence in the Middle East, just say like the terrorist attacks, so. People see the difference, and they should. Like, if to say the Palestinians, if they attack the Israeli military, the occupying force, versus if they, blow up a school bus full of children, we all recognize there's morally massive of a difference between the two things, because the soldiers are an agent of the oppression. So I think part of the reason why they don't want to talk about it is because people don't want to have the conversation. They don't want people to say, well, you know what? In the same vein, it kind of is. If people are basically under occupation, because those police. That's the other thing too. We all know in those neighborhoods, if you're like a local, you can't call the police for help. That's an occupying force. So at a certain point, people have recognized that. Well, in a war, that's a legitimate target. If the police are going to wage war against us, then they are a legitimate target.
I will say this though. I hope they realize that by doing that, shit's gotten real. We can talk about like, okay, finally they're going after the source of, or at least one of the sources of their misery, but they also have to understand that. A good way I could put this is when the Occupy movement popped up, I was looking at those guys going, okay, watch how quickly they crush that protest, because unlike other ones that claim to be about freeing the people, like Tea Party movement, all that type of, these guys knew who the enemy was. They went right to their front door and said that we know you're fucking us. Right. And they got the police on them like instantly, tear gassing them, forcing them out, beating the crap out of riot gear. When you actually identify the guys who are screwing you over and you say, we're coming after you, and then you do it, they're not going to forget. Yeah. So I looked at when that happened. I know people were like, "Oh my God, yeah!" I'm looking at this going, "Okay, shit's gotten real." I mean, in a weirdest. That's why the funny thing to me is somebody who looks at history and loves researching history and stuff like that. I'm like, in a weird, strange. This is like kind of overdue if you think about it. And I'm not saying this. I'm saying this as if you emotionally detach yourself from it and you look at the way things like this happen in other historical events. You're gonna look at this and going, "This is kind of late." But when this sort of thing happens, that's when things really start to get real. And I'm thinking this is also, I will not be surprised if within the next few weeks or so, there's going to be some heavy crackdowns on not just protests, but anybody in any way saying anything that they might think is seditious or quote unquote, like, oh, they're starting to cause trouble, or these guys are there just to incite stuff. Yeah. Things are going to get real. And this is what's going to really test whether people protesting against this are properly organized or not. Because if they're not, they'll be destroyed within a few weeks. And then this will get swept under the rug once again.
And the only reason...
Paul, you're muted. You're muted.
You are.
Yeah, we can't really hear you.
You're muted.
Yeah, Trump just signed that executive order the other day, basically saying that they're going to start keeping records of what you like and what you retweet on Twitter.
That's irony.
They're going to have watch lists. They're going to have watch lists.
He's going to put himself on the watch list?
Well, I mean, it's basically, any president, quite frankly, who tried to do this kind of thing, it just blows me away how much license Trump gets and just in general. But I mean, this is just another example of that because the president doesn't have the authority to do that in the first place.
No.
But remember, China is wrong for the things that they do. Yeah. Remember, we need to have a watch list, and we need to let the political party in power be allowed to lie and spread propaganda and basically give people a false narrative. And you are allowed to fudge numbers when it comes to COVID-19 and hide the fact that you were unprepared. But remember to condemn China for those things because they are the enemy, and we can't do any of the things that they're doing because we're completely different than them and we don't do any of the same things. In the meantime, let's make sure we get this watch list going. Let's make sure we're fudging numbers so that you open the economy back up. Let's make sure that you treat our people, as pretty much cogs in the wheel and livestock to keep that economy going so that the shareholders are happy. And let's make sure to keep the propaganda going, and a news channel that's also continuing to give a false narrative, so that a good chunk of the population lives in a false version of the country they live in. But we're nothing like China. You got to remember that.
Yeah.
Nothing like China's doing. We're supposed to be mirroring.
Did you hear about the gajillionaire who decided he was giving an interview and he was trying to figure out how to get through the, and I quote, germ-ridden masses to get to his yacht so he could be offshore and not catch COVID?
Hell of a guy.
Nice.
You know, and apparently there's a service that'll pick him up in a sterilized limo and take him to his pre-sterilized yacht at the docks, to, probably driving their way through like lots of civilians who they figure are plague-ridden zombies at this point or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one thing that I think is also contributing to why this is happening now, obviously, the existence of Trump and the fact that the right wing has gotten so emboldened to be so open about their crap. But I think another thing on the other side is that I think that there's been a new identity movement within black people to really understand our roots. Thanks to DNA and genealogy, we're starting to really understand who we are, where we've really come from, and our history. And so, like, I'm subscribed to a couple things on Facebook, like Parting Ways, and they're constantly posting things about various massacres and different, examples of oppression between, when Civil War ended and in the 60s and even afterward. And one of the things that always gets me, we're talking about the lies of our within our nation, beyond the police, is this idea that bigotry and racism and oppression ended like a long time ago. It ended with slavery, and it's like Nathan, how old are you?
I think he's frozen.
Yeah, shit.
I thought he was just listening really close.
Yeah,
I know.
49
Oh,
at
there he
this
is.
point.
Well,
Okay, now he's moving.
not
Now he's moving.
I
blinking.
try to keep
he was
that on
doing.
DL.
Yeah, Nathan, how old are you?
I'm 49.
49. Okay, you're not as old as I thought, but
I think.
Well, Paul's like in the lifetime of most of my siblings was when the civil rights laws were passed, and the Fair Housing Act was passed in my lifetime. So it's not even like this is ancient history. And doing my genealogy, I've come to discover that my father knew people who were slaves. In fact, I got a cousin who's still alive. She's in her 80s. She's my father's first cousin. She was born in 1937. She knew family members who were slaves. So I know somebody. So somebody I know knew slaves. People who had been fucking slaves. That's how recently slavery was. That there's living people today. There's no living slaves today, but there's still living people who knew people who were slaves. That's how fucking recent this shit is.
You know what's really sad about a lot of this? So much of the system that we're living under right now is only happening because of a cause and effect of trying to come up with excuses for straight up criminal or amoral behavior. And if you go further back before trying to come up with excuses for this behavior, you don't really see too much stuff like this. For all the talk that you hear of, supremacists talking about, oh, our race was this, or we're better than that. There's a time period when they were actually going through an inferiority complex. You look at what was going on. The reason why the Renaissance is such a big deal in Europe is because before that, they were considered the barbarians. All the other countries were actually kind of taking advantage of them, including African empires. Look at when Mali was basically taxing the hell out of them just to get access to their gold. When, however, because of the Crusades and other things that they were doing and getting their hands on scientific information that they built upon, which all human beings do, you build upon information and make it better. They were able to reclaim lost knowledge. That's why it's called a Renaissance. The Renaissance is a reclaiming of information. They regained information. They built upon it. They were able to build up their cultures again. Free trade and commerce between the Middle East and, all these other things. It was able to build stuff up. And now they started doing what we also see a lot of different groups today, whenever they start kind of getting back into prominence. One of the first things they will do is start boosting up their self-esteem. And unfortunately, it also means that they start doing it at the expense of others. So instead of being oh, we're the guys that all the other nations look down on. Now we're the center of the world. We're the superior ones, and we can do whatever we want to them because they're beneath us. You didn't really start seeing a lot of, like, you know, for all the stuff that people say, oh, white people are this, white people are that. You don't really start seeing thinking like that until during and after the Renaissance period, when they started trying to come up with excuses for why, for instance, they're going to be going into, going to a nation and taking their gold and enslaving their people and selling them as cattle. Oh, well, they're subhuman. Oh, they're not God's chosen people. Oh, we're scientifically more advanced than them. You didn't see thinking like that beforehand. This whole, I mean, that's the one thing that I always try to keep in mind when we're talking about stuff. Yeah, the Eurocentric point of view.
It's a glitch of history. It's an accident of history. It happened to come about at about the same time that we were writing shit down in books that were available to the public, that anybody could get their hands on. And then the discovery of the New World, forget about it. That's it. Europe became the center of the universe.
But what's really funny, though, about that is the Eurocentric point of view is flawed because they start in Greece. And anybody who's done any history, anybody who's studied that stuff, realizes what the fatal flaw with starting from Greece is, because the Greeks themselves go, oh, we learned it from those guys down there.
Yep.
Oh, no, they were lying about that. Why would they lie about something? No, seriously, like that's generally the excuse that they give for the links that Greeks happen to say about, our culture, came from further south. Oh, they didn't know what they were talking about. They were kind of, but they knew what they were talking about everything else, right?
Yeah, they gave credit away for their own accomplishments to somebody else. That's wrong, yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make,
though, with a bunch of like fairly Puritan Christian types saying, "Oh yeah, all our shit came from Greece." You mean where they had all those orgies?
The thing though that makes me feel sad though is
pro homosexual
sexuality. The Spartans were more than just warriors they were booty warriors too. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make here is this whole thing of black people are this and that comes. All of this happened because a bunch of Portuguese guys decided we can make money if we sell these people. And they've been trying to make excuses for that ever since. Think about that. A bunch of corrupt motherfuckers decided we can make money off of this. We can make a lot of money off of this. We just need to come up with an excuse why it's okay. And then other people seeing this racket, well, we'll make it official that it's okay.
Well,
and the damage from that we're still experiencing now. And it's damage that everyone has to deal with. It's not just a black person's problem. And I hate that term, but I don't want to get into it. It's an everybody sort of problem, because right now look at you guys. You guys are upset about what's going on because a bunch of criminals decided it's okay to sell a group of people. Well, it's something that's put on your group of people. And there are other people with your lack of mental and also who are just angry at the fact that these guys just keep bringing this up because a bunch of freaking criminals started.
Well, the thing too, and the important thing you brought up too about the Eurocentric thing, because obviously, slavery of African people wasn't beginning of slavery. Slavery existed going way, way back. It's in the Bible. But the thing is, it didn't used to be based on race. It was just we defeated our enemies and we made slaves out of them. And that was as far as it went. But we know there's all sorts of examples of Europeans in how the whole term Slavic is, that's where we get the term slave from, because the Romans kept the Slavic people as slaves. But at a certain point, and again, to that Eurocentric attitude as well, was no longer proper to keep slaves among other Europeans. But now we'll do these other people because they're they have a different content of it, and they're
very efficient when it came to buying and selling of people. They're very, very efficient at that. That's one thing that Europe did well.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why as much as I get annoyed when Europeans attack America for the history of slavery, because I'm like, where do you think we got that from? Where do you think we got that shit from? And for that matter, even after slavery was outlawed in their own countries, their citizens continued to engage in the practice and sell slaves here. So particularly the British and the French. So they would go and they would get, you know, either buy or capture Africans, sell it here, but they couldn't do it back home. And to me, that's even worse because it's like you know it's wrong, it's illegal in your own country.
I just said they were good at it, Joe.
Yeah.
You don't stop doing what you're good at.
Well, and not to mention all those stupid import costs and all of those you know, tariffs and stuff that had to really suck.
Yeah.
And what's really funny about all that is that you still see that type of practice today, not with slaves anymore, but you see it, like, for instance, okay, these drugs are illegal here, so let's go sell it elsewhere in another freaking country. Oh, we can't, you know, have kids working in factories over here to make our freaking sneakers, so let's go over there and have them do it. It's that same type of, I'm just going to call it, it's that same type of merchant thinking that has kind of screwed over societies over and over again. There's a reason why, if you want to go back to religious thinking, there's a hell of a lot to condemn about religions, but one thing that they did understand is that you needed to curb the merchant. There's a reason why Jesus, for instance, was throwing people out of the freaking temples. There was a reason why they had laws against usury. There's a reason why in Japan they constantly have that one I guess, folktale about the corrupt merchant, Ichigoya, I believe his name was. You see throughout all these particular older societies, look out for the merchant. These are the assholes. These are the ones who have the weighted scales. These are the guys who are going to try to rip you off. These are the ones. There was a reason why the samurai hated these people. They were like, you know, they literally put them on the lower end of the social status, even though they had tons of money, because they're like, these guys have no morals. These guys have no ethics. And they're the ones running the show. In modern society, it's those type of people who they're like, look out for these motherfuckers. They're the ones running the show.
Well, and to show you how perverse it is, and to me, this is the most of all the ills of slavery. This, to me, is the most perverse. Is that now somewhere between 1809 and 1819? I don't remember exactly, but in the United States, they outlawed the importation of new slaves. You could keep the ones you had, you could sell the ones you had. If your slaves had babies, they were still slaves, and you could sell them too. So now slaves became a very valuable, even more valuable commodity because you couldn't bring new slaves in, but you could make more yourself. And yeah, you could you could mate your two, you know, your best slaves together and make new slaves, or you could take the job into your own hands, as it were. And so this is the reason why there's almost no black person in America who, you know, even if post-slavery, if no one in your family ever married outside of black to black to black, that you probably got at least a little bit of European in you, because that was the way to make new slaves, is to do it yourself, and it was also a way to denigrate your slaves, to put them in their place, and you would also denigrate the males, because now I raped your wife, and so now you're going to be, you know, you'd be downtrodden, and then they wonder why. That, you know, there's and still within black culture, there's a certain element of the idea of wanting to be with white women, because the old expression was the white man's prize. Why? Because this was the mentality that was given to us, that, well, that's how you take from somebody. And so, you know, in fact, I've in my genealogy searches, I found some of my early ancestors, women that had been slaves, and they're listed as mulatta, and they're, you know, one particular, her and her mulatta daughter, she's mulatta and her daughter's mulatta, living with the white man. They're not married. I don't know if they were servants or if there was a relationship going on, but clearly, you know, lots of this was going on, and I've actually determined that my father was about 10% European, you know, which is much to the surprise of my siblings, but yeah, this is what went on. And so think about this, but think about now, once you realize that, you internalize that, so that means that what people did was they raped their slaves, made children, and then they sold their own children as property, their own children, their own flesh and blood as property.
It is weird, that disconnect that some people have between like their layer of the social strata and anyone that they perceive as below them. Just like you're saying, they could sell their own children. They probably felt nothing.
Right.
Yeah, because they probably didn't see them as their own children, or even if they did see them as their kids, they probably didn't care. You see, again, throughout history, you will see like nobility, for instance, using their offspring as pawns or like, as chess pieces rather than as, oh, we love them. In fact, it's always a big deal when you happen to see a noble family where there's actually love going on between the siblings and the fathers. More like, no, these kids are here just to, the daughters, for instance, we're using you as pieces to marry you off to some other prince or king somewhere.
For alliances.
So we can have alliance reasons. Or the sons, we need to figure out who's going to be the next heir. And you're just looking for the proper one with the right genes or the right brains or, hopefully, with the right bearing. And everyone else, you'll probably even kill them off. The Ottoman Empire is full of stories like this where, they were looking for the right heir. And then when the heir pops up, all the other ones have to be killed. Like they will literally kill, like, all right, this guy is going to be the new king. All your brothers have to die. Otherwise, they're going to fight over who's going to get the
throne. And the marriages that produce these children were probably arranged in the first place. Yeah. So there's probably no love there anyway.
Exactly.
Well, and actually, to your point about that's actually why a lot of monasteries were created, because that was the alternative to being killed. Because you could go into the church and then you gave up all claims to your family's lands and property.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the church is also where they kind of unloaded all of the gay kids.
Yeah, but kind of go a little bit back to an earlier point that you made about this weird sort of like fearing that now that they went and raped the female black slaves, dark-skinned slaves, now they're worried about black guys going after their wives. This sounds a lot to me like the one who constantly keeps cheating on his spouse and now is terrified of his spouse cheating on them. It's that interesting fear of karma coming back. You see this all the time. The thief who's terrified of his stuff getting stolen. The the person who kills others worried about one day getting killed himself. You will see this weird worrying about paying for their sin through the same way that they've done theirs. And this is why I'm saying that what we're seeing in modern society right now is this constant collective cultural worrying about comeuppance, which is why we constantly keep seeing all these laws or all these tactics, all these things to try to stave off that comeuppance. And the funniest thing is, the easiest way to keep that from happening is just to do right by the people that you've been screwing over. It won't happen. The more you keep pissing these people off, the more what you're terrified of happening is going to happen because you're giving them a reason for it.
I'm sure you've seen the meme on Facebook a billion times where, it says, because this is the reason why, and I said this about 10, 15 years ago, part of the reason why the right wing was getting more and more radical is because the demographics are shifting and they know this. They know that white people were going to lose their majority in about within 20, 25 years. So all this, so basically they're petrified of being not the majority anymore. And that's why, when you hear it in the language of the so-called race realists about, white genocide and all this kind of crap. So there's that meme, and it usually they use Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka. It says, oh, you're worried about becoming a minority? Why? Are minorities treated badly or something?
What's the big deal? Though another funny thing is that they're worried more about, and I think this also kind of points out how smart someone is, how intelligent somebody really is, if they're only able to see things in broad strokes and they're not able to see subtleties. And a lot of the people who are looking at this purely on terms of, oh my God, white people are going to be shrinking in number, therefore we need to do something to control them, that shows that they're not exactly that intelligent, because what they really should be worried about is their younger generation. I'm seeing, especially like the so-called millennials, which is a funny term to use because it seems millennial means anything from late 90s all the way up until now. These groups of people are really getting sick and tired of being saddled with a historical anvil that they really want nothing to do with. Because remember, they're raised as, oh, we're good people. We have good morals. Then why are we standing up for this shit? I mean, again, there's only two dark-skinned people right now sitting in this room who are outraged over the riots happening. I mean, not the riot, but what caused it to happen. That says something. And that terrifies the powers that be. But of course, they're only looking at it in broad strokes in terms of, oh, we got to do something because, the white people are shrinking down in number. No, it's not just that. In fact, that has little to do with it. What's really going on is that people are now waking up to a system that is screwed up in so many ways. It's a system of exploitation, and exploitation doesn't care how it's exploiting you, whether it's your race, whether it's your gender, whether it's your economics. It's just a system of exploitation. And
Watch
as
the
they
footage
them,
from Minneapolis. The
Yeah.
footage from Minneapolis it's the Rainbow Coalition out there.
Yeah.
yeah,
It ain't just gangs and groups and of like angry black men wandering the streets. You got blue-haired white women out there throwing rocks.
yeah.
Yeah, and it actually,
Well,
to
I mean-
Swordsage's point, real fast, he reminded me of a line
think you-
from a Public Enemy song where Chuck, or in the monologue beforehand, Chuck C says, "What the real fear is cultural overthrow in their own households."
And that a lot of that is happening. It's something like how a few years ago in the Midwest of all places, which is I'm sorry, it's an effed up place to live. I remember when I was going to get some new tires at a junk shop, and I'm like, oh, by the way, I just happened to ask, hey, Angel Rider. I needed to get some headlights too. I'm like, what's your price on headlights? And they're like, oh, we're having a special. I said, let me get those because I also need to replace my lights. I got one out and I don't need to get pulled over. And the 60-something-year-old white guy behind the counter says, yeah, you definitely don't want to get pulled over. Just get those lights done. I didn't say anything. He was just like, yeah, you know what they're going to do if they pull you over. They're going to look for any excuse. Don't give them an excuse. I got the headlights right here. People know what the system is. Now, the sad thing is there are people who know what the system is and they're not doing anything about it.
Well,
but
I mean,
more and more people know what the system is and they're beginning to at least speak out.
That's why
That's the thing is, I mean, because I would like to do a lot more than I'm doing. But I mean, number one, I don't know if we're having protests here in San Diego. For all I know, we are. But number two, there's a freaking pandemic out there. And, it's like, how do you social distance and riot at the same time?
But that makes it more
It's honestly, if you want my advice, do what Noam Chomsky's been saying. Organize. You have historical precedent here. The problem is all the wrong people have been organizing.
Well, Kate, here's the thing to think about it. So, in a case, how better than to keep distance is throwing rocks? Is that you can stay spaced out. You don't have to get too close to buildings.
But I mean, like it sounds like I'm making a joke, and I kind of half am, but I'm also kind of serious. Like I want to be more involved, but I'm gonna have to probably do it from here at the computer, if anything, as long as the pandemic's still going. I mean, what other option do I have and still feel
here's the thing,
like I'm not deliberately throwing myself onto the germ grenade?
Well, here's the thing, though. People who protest very often will cover their faces anyway, so it's like,
Well, yeah, but there's also a good chance you're going to have someone's bare hands around your neck by the end of it. So, I mean, hell, maybe I'm a little paranoid. When I go out to the supermarket, I'm wearing rubber gloves along with the mask.
As far as a good example I can give is Lenin, who I'm sorry, I'm not a fan. It's funny that I lean left, but there's a lot of people.
Beatles, though. No, I'm kidding.
What? But here's the thing: you got to remember that this was a dude who, before he ended up completely taking over, Russia and turning into the Soviet Union, he was in exile. He was kicked out the freaking country. Mm-hmm. And then he was able, well, granted, the Germans did sneak him back in, but when he did get back there, he was able to organize, get people, like-minded people against him, and use that to seize power. This is why I keep saying the wrong people keep organizing. You have examples of what you can do in order to change your system. It's just people aren't doing it because it takes work. You have to actually be willing to go and find like-minded people and come up with a plan that isn't, okay, we need to get Bernie Sanders president. Let's start organizing on the very election year. What the hell are you doing? No, you need to organize. Come up with a 4 to 8 year plan. Okay, we need to get people in Senate and in the House of Representatives who think like we do. Who do we got that we can organize and push? Right now, the way the system's working, they have to pull all types of tricks just to keep their power. If you organize enough people, you can get people in there. Then when you get enough people in there, then when you want to get someone like Sanders in, it'll be easier to do.
But here's the problem with that, though, is you talk about finding like-minded people. You get the right wing, the Republicans, and they have a very slavish devotion to party. Whereas on the left, you've got a lot of it's not as homogenous a group. There's a lot of people with different ideas who don't all agree with each other. And
that's true.
Up into tiny little factions. So, you try to go looking for like-minded people. Good luck.
But
Well,
the funny thing is, the right has the same problem.
What right here, but the difference, they do, but they don't, because the difference is that they think more strategically than we do. Because
Exactly.
ultimately, even if they don't like the guy, look, we know during from the primaries, most of the Republicans fucking hated Trump.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
They did. They did.
But once he was the guy, all the dissent went away because they said, you know what? We don't like this guy, but we're going to get a lot more out of this fucker than we are any of the Democrats. So that's the thing. And that's why I said, look, obviously I'm not as far left as some of you, probably most of you on the panel here. But you know what? If I don't care who was, if Bernie was, even though he wasn't my choice, if he was the person, I was going to fucking support that fucker because God damn it, we need him over anybody on the other side. And so. But we don't think, and that's the problem, because we are a more diverse group. So what ends up happening is it's harder to bring us together, and no one ever wants to compromise, and that's the difference.
Yeah.
Whereas because we're not looking at the long play, we're looking at the short play, and the long play is like move that Overton window, move that Overton window, move that Overton window.
Well, but see, that's why I'm unwilling to compromise, is because people like Biden either keep the Overton window the same or still shift it right. I mean, Biden is basically a Republican in Democrat clothing, and that's all there is to it. So I'm not going to support that because basically he's just Trump light. And I don't want that. I want someone who's a rabid and screaming lefty. And I'm not willing. I mean, that's what it comes down to, though. What I did was take an assessment of whether or not the person that was being nominated would be a net positive for the country. And frankly, Biden is a net negative.
I agree in part. Joe Biden as a person, Mr. Biden, Joseph Biden himself, is kind of like Republican light. But his platform is the most progressive platform the Democratic Party has ever had in its history. Ever.
Are you nuts?
Right now, the platform that he's running on.
Are
he
you
himself as a
nuts?
person, yes. But his platform, that's what I'm voting for.
Disagree.
Well, see,
the thing is, it's his platform that I'm exactly voting against.
But here's the thing, Kate. You're saying he's a net negative. Okay, compared to the agenda you want, I can get that. I get that. But the thing is that the choice isn't between what you want and him. The choice is between him and Trump.
Okay, but you talk about a long game. You want to talk about a long game. Voting for a lesser evil keeps getting us greater evils down the road. Yes, it does.
Because no one does any planning afterwards. That's the reason why.
Well,
this is my biggest problem with the whole.
Because if Occupy Wall Street had turned into Occupy Congress, we would be further to the left now than we are.
This is the whole thing. Constantly voting for the lesser of two evils sucks. It does. But I look at it also like this. It's like the person who says, I'm going to buy a house someday, but they don't have the credit and they don't have the money. What we've been doing, if I'm going to be using this analogy, is the person who's like, I'm going to buy a house someday, but I don't have the credit and I don't have the money right now. So I'm going to rent. And then you never bother to save the money that it's going to take to get the house. You never bother to raise your credit score. You never bother to search around. You just go from rent house to rent house and then complaining that I can never find my house. Those are freaking planning. I'm sorry, I'm 43 years old.
That's a very imperfect analogy right there, though.
No, I'm sorry, it is because look, every time, all right, we get Clinton, for instance, who was a lesser of two evils. Did anybody plan on getting the putting into Congress or in the Senate in between the years he was there to get more progressive people than him? No, they just waited for Clinton to go away. When Obama came in, they put him in. What were people going? Now there's change. Nobody bothered to clean up Congress. No planning. You just do one thing for 1 year, maybe two, and then you just sit there. That's why you end up keeping on voting for the lesser of two evils. And then when everything falls apart, you want the super person to come in that you can't afford. We cannot afford a radical leftist person in a country that doesn't even understand what the left politics is. You got people in here right now who think socialism is too far gone.
I absolutely think that we can. It's just the problem is that there are people who are too shit scared of their own shadow to take a risk. That's the
reason why you have to ease it into. Now, okay, again, I'm with you on being frustrated at the fact that we have to keep putting losers and people against our interests in these powerful positions. But the president is just one freaking seat.
Well, okay, are you
saying one freaking seat?
Are you saying people don't vote down ballot?
The problem is they
fewer
just vote
people
down the ballot without seeing who's on there. Screw the Democratic Party if you want to have a better government. You need to actually analyze the people down that ballot and find out if they're progressive enough to go with the politics you want, not just the president.
And that's what the primaries are for. But here's the problem, though. And this is the reason why third parties in this country will never, ever work. It's not that no one will ever vote for third party. The problem is that there's no game. Is that basically we get vanity candidates who run for president, and just say in this weird, bizarro world, people got so frustrated and they voted for a third party candidate with no support in the House, with no support in the Senate, and no support in the Supreme Court. The agenda goes nowhere. Even if Jill Stein, for instance, had gotten elected, she would have gotten nothing accomplished. So the problem is what we would really need to do is have a long game and say, okay, how are we going to get real progressivism in this country? We need progressive candidates up and down, all the way down to the local level. Build real grassroots, not aiming at the presidency. Because that's what happened in Minnesota. Actually, ironically, we're talking about Minnesota, is that one of the few states where they've actually had independent governors, like Jesse Ventura, for instance, and he's not the only one. So the reason why is because the people on the grassroots level, there's a strong independent movement. They're actually kind of middling. They're not super progressive, but still they exist, and they're not tied to either party. And so they actually have a fair number of state representatives, or at least they have had over the years, had a fair number of state representatives and even people in Congress. That's how you have to do it, but you have to have a 40-year game.
But we can't. We can't. We don't have time for it. The planet is in a certain amount of peril, and there is definitely a deadline beyond which is the point of no return. So
Then
we
get
need
your
to do this
pitchforks.
quickly. We need to do it now.
Then get your
we don't have
pitchforks.
time
What-
for
what-
incrementalism.
Then what you're asking for are torches and pitchforks. It's
Yeah.
either
Oh,
going
okay.
to be long-term plan. Look, I'm being a realist. I'm
Well,
not
okay,
trying to, I'm not
but-
the guy out there grab your AK-47s. I'm just laying out what the reality is.
Okay,
If
but
you
so
want
am
a
I.
sweeping change,
We
you need to have
a-
everybody
we
grabbing
can't
torches
survive
and
not
pitchforks.
having a sweeping change. I mean, take just global warming, for example. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
if we say we need a 40-year plan to get a progressive government in this stupid country, well, we're not going to survive a 40-year plan. We might survive a 5-year plan, maybe.
But that's exactly.
We need to go faster than this. We
that's
can't
exactly
be
why.
incrementalist. We can't.
That's exactly why you need to support Biden if you want to see those changes in this particular election.
Okay,
not
you and
support-
I know two different Bidens, clearly.
Well, I don't know. All I know is that his platform is the most progressive across the board than any Democratic candidate in the history of this country
Okay, do you mean nominated or at all?
ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Compared to
president,
Bernie,
for
he's more
president,
progressive.
Yeah. Huh? Well,
Compared to
but
Bernie, he's more
nominated
progressive.
by a major party.
That's what I just asked. Nominated or just running?
Nominated by a major party.
Well, actually, you don't have platforms until you're actually nominated. That's the whole thing.
It's the
Well,
party.
okay, fine. Platform, policy, whatever. I look at Joe Biden and I see a neoconservative or neoliberal or whatever you want to call it. I see a blue dog compared to people
sure.
like Bernie or Tulsi or any of those folks.
I don't even disagree with you, Kate. But my point is, what is your solution? Because look, Bernie's not going to be the person this time. You know that, right? So basically, so you're going to get Biden who won't do enough. Or Trump will put his foot on the accelerator. That's the choice.
Well, maybe that's what we need. Maybe
No,
we need it. No, hold
nihilism.
on.
That's
Maybe it is.
nihilism.
No, it's not. And if you
That's
shut up and let me finish, I'll explain why it's not nihilism. Okay? Because maybe what's going on here is that people are too comfortable. People are sitting in their like suburban houses, not realizing how badly they're getting screwed. And maybe we need this country to get significantly worse to get those people pissed off enough to start making change.
Yeah, it rarely works that way.
Well, if we want torches and pitchforks, that's the way to get it. If we want it some way that's not torches and pitchforks, we're going to have to move a hell of a lot faster getting a progressive candidate in office.
Your thing is you basically don't want to ever have to convince anybody. Because here's the thing. Again, I said this in a previous hangout. So, with the exception of 3 states, Bernie only got 35% on his. It was 3 states. 2 states he got 50%, over 50%. One he got in the 40s. And the rest were 35 or less. So if he couldn't convince people in the more progressive, certainly the Democratic Party is not super progressive, but it's definitely a more progressive audience than the rest of the country. And if you couldn't get traction there, then that means people, you're right, and you're right. People are scared and they don't want to lose what they have. So you have to deal with that reality, whether you like that or not. That's the reality.
Okay,
People are not going to come along for radical. They're just not.
But global warming is also a reality you have to deal with. And if we elect Biden, we're not going to do jack shit about it.
And if
certainly not enough. I mean, you can say, oh, you have to deal with the reality of the electorate all you like, but it's not going to do us any good if we kill the planet waiting for them to get their heads out of their ass.
But what good is it going to do to kill the planet trying to convince everybody by having another 4 years of Trump?
Well, we're not going to convince anyone with 4 years of Biden.
Well,
but that's not necessarily true.
I mean,
I have to interject.
When you nominate one of these like blue dog Democrats or even elect them, people just sort of sit back and do nothing again. You've made them complacent because they don't have a Republican boogeyman to point at. It's just not going to work to have Biden for 4 years and expect everyone to go, okay, now it's time for change. That's not going to happen.
Okay, I have to interject here, right? I've been very patient. Right, so I've been here in the UK for 30 years, right? And back in the 90s, John Major was prime minister, and it was the most incompetent government I'd ever seen in my life at that time. And so in 1997, a much younger and less reviled Tony Blair became prime minister. And when Labor first took over in 1997, they had this whole platform ready to go, and they fucking hit the ground running. And I am here to tell you, they transformed this country in 18 months, turned it right around from major recession to super prosperous, where literally people were noticeably happier in the fucking streets. I'm not kidding. 18 months. So with respect, Swordsage, I know you're trying to be a realist, and to a large degree, I understand the cynicism, man. I'm 58 years old, you know what I mean? I've been around the sun enough times to be doubtful about human nature. I get it. But on the other hand, I actually think if you promise people something like Medicare for all and make that happen in 12 to 18 months, honestly, that turns everything off overnight.
How can you do that if you're constantly putting in people who are going to go against it?
That's why I'm saying you have to put people in for it.
Exactly. You have to put in people in for it. And the people you have to put in for it are not going to be sitting in the presidential seat anytime soon. The people that you need to push in for that have to be sitting in the legislative branch.
I couldn't agree more.
Now, right now, the only person...
said he'll veto Medicare for all if it gets to his desk. Veto it.
Now, but here's the thing. He's saying that now because, well, he's got corporate power backing him. The Democratic Party has been having corporate power backing them since God knows how long. However, he also wants to win this election. And he realizes that he's in the same seat that Hillary was sitting in. He does not want to be the next Hillary. When they kicked Bernie to the curb, the supporters were like, fuck that. And she didn't do anything to throw these people a bone. She lost. He has been, if you've been paying attention, he's been trying to kiss the ass of progressives ever since Bernie
hasn't.
If not to the way we would like, but just enough for tokenism. The little bit you have to kind of like, that's not enough meat. We need more. That's not enough meat. We need more. And then you have to hold them to that. Just so that you can get his foot in the door to get the other people in the door. Because I can guarantee you, if you just let Trump take over, and I'm not saying that I like Biden, and I'm not even trying to, well, he's the lesser of two evils. No, you got to use this dude. You cannot even begin to deal with the issues, the important issues that you yourself are bringing up. Yeah, we got some major freaking problems with climate change, with corporate. We got major freaking problems that will not be solved if you just sit back and grump that all you have is Biden.
Right, because
that's the reality of the situation.
No. See, that's
here's the thing.
Who else is there to
There's
vote
more.
in?
There's more to it than that, than just that, because Biden is not going to do any damn thing about it.
And Trump is?
No,
And
that's
his
not
government will, if you let him stay there. What you're planning, like maybe another 4
you
years.
keep talking
people get
about
mad at
long
us?
games. If we elect Joe Biden, it will show the Democrats that they can roll over on us as long as we're too shit scared of the Republican.
That's
And
the
then
same
maybe,
lesson you guys tried to tell them when Hillary was on.
yeah,
They
well,
didn't learn
apparently
that
they-
lesson.
Well, apparently not. But again,
Because the damage of Trump has been so bad that they know that at this point, it's like basically this is do or die. They're like, it's like, look, guys, we're at do or die here.
well, they decided to die. That's the problem.
See,
They
see,
decided to die because they like Biden is actually, there've been articles of him saying that he really expected all of Bernie's small dollar donors to start backing him after he was the presumptive nominee. And it's not happening, and he doesn't understand it.
Yeah, but here's
Yeah.
something you don't
It
understand.
boggles the hell out of him.
Here's something you don't understand. And see, what Swordsage is saying, he's not saying just accept Biden open arms. What he's saying is now it's negotiation time. You need that power because Biden needs the progressives. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Kate. He needs the progressive. See, what you're doing, here's the problem. What you're doing. What you're saying is like, I'm going to hold my breath, and I'm
Actually,
not going to
stop
negotiate.
right now. Don't ever tell me what I'm saying. Okay, I know better than you. Of the two of us, what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll ask you a question then. Is there any circumstance under which you would vote for Biden?
Probably not. But
Okay.
he would have to. But he would, if he could somehow manage to basically turn himself into Bernie Sanders and mean it, then I'd vote for him.
Okay, so basically,
I vote on policy. I vote on issues. And Biden isn't supporting any of what I care about.
So what you're doing is you're not entering into the negotiation. You're saying, I'm not willing at all to compromise. I want capitulation.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Again, don't tell me what I'm saying.
That's
I know better
capitulation.
Maybe that's what you think I was saying, but it's not.
No, you didn't use those words, but that's what you're describing.
No, it's not. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
So basically, you are unreasonable. Why should he bother you? Why should he bother you?
Dude.
Why should
Shut the fuck up long dude, seriously. You gotta shut up because all you're doing is ding, 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 and I'm hearing white noise out of you right now.
White noise?
But yeah, basically, because you're basically telling me, oh, this is everything you're saying. You're getting it wrong and not letting me tell you how.
Okay, go ahead, Kate.
All right. Basically, the thing is that I don't think Biden is willing to negotiate and do it in good faith. I don't trust him to do that. And I don't see him actually going after progressive voters. I mean, he tried to say, oh, I'll change the Medicare age to 60 instead of 65. Ooh, it's been that kind of thing where it's like, you remember when he said that nothing would fundamentally change? Well, he meant that. But when he starts saying Medicare for the citizens, he doesn't mean a word of that. I don't trust him in the least. If you look at his record, he votes in a fairly conservative way. And I don't trust him to further my agenda whatsoever. Now, if he was willing, yes, I'm willing to negotiate. But he's got to start giving me things I care about in the way I care about them and not just like token little gestures that don't actually solve anything.
But you're basically, it seems to me that what you're asking for him is to basically fundamentally change what he's going to offer.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that I view that as capitulation. And so in this case, then basically he's basically got to remake his entire platform to suit Kate. Mm-hmm. Why should he bother?
Oh, wait. Don't individualize this. I am not alone in this attitude at all. Okay, there are plenty of folks. I'm in multiple Facebook groups full of people who are sick and tired of this bullshit in exactly the same way I am.
Okay, people who are like-minded to Kate. How's that?
Okay.
Can I say this? The way I would go about it, as if I had any real power in myself. The guy wants to win. I don't think he's going to win. Mm-mm. If he wants to win, either he or the people who are pissed off that he's a nominee need to march up to some door and be like, look, dude, do you want to win? Then you're going to need to change your stance. How desperate are you to win? Because you're not, we're telling you right now, because you're like, I don't understand why I'm not getting the money. I don't, because you're not giving us what we want. You know, those corporate dollars that you feel that you're beholden to, which is why you say you don't want Medicaid for all. You're not going to be changing that stuff. That's not going to get us our vote because we see the world crumbling around us. You may not because you're sitting in your nice little house somewhere, and you don't. If you lose, so what? What do you lose? We lose everything. So at this point, we don't have much faith in you. You're going to lose. We're telling you right now, you're going to lose. We're the ones who will vote for you, and we're telling you we're not going to vote for you. You're going to lose.
Here's the question:
you want to change that? Then you need for us to
exactly
sit down and actually say, "Do you want to?" When I'm saying you're going to lose, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that this is what you say to Biden. You're going to lose.
Right.
We're here to tell you we don't want
I'd say almost that. If I had access to Biden, I'd say that almost verbatim. Exactly what you just
said. And so that now, if you want to win, we need to talk. And when you do win, we're going to hold you accountable. Sure. Because we're not just going to vote for you. This is who we want in your cabinet. This is who we want you to back. This is who we want to see in government within the next 4 years. And if at any point you deviate from this, we will nail you to the effing wall.
Right.
This is what you have to do. If you do anything less, and again, you can't stop at Biden. Biden is the foot in the door. You have to use him. He's a public servant.
But how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you get Biden to realize any of that?
Here's one way to hold him to the fire: is if he gets elected, right before he even makes it to Inauguration Day, the progressive wing of the party needs to be scouting for someone to primary him.
Right.
So he knows from the beginning. You'll know from the beginning you are on borrowed time. We already found your replacement.
Right.
Out.
Because that's the thing. Basically, if Biden loses, then you have zero leverage at all. So Swordsage, okay, you to me seem reachable. You seem reachable.
Expand that. Though, why do we have no leverage?
No, what I'm saying is you can take the position, you can take a very hard line position and say, okay, we're going to let you lose because, fuck you, you're not close enough to us. Okay, you can take that position if you want. If Biden loses, you have no cash with him or the Democratic Party. So now
Swordsage. See, that's the part I need expanded.
Well, I'm trying to, Kate, if you would let me finish. So Swordsage, you to me sound a lot more willing to come to an agreement to say, okay, I want at least this much, but you're not expecting the entire store. Doesn't sound like to me. You want the entire store, but you're not expecting the entire store right at this minute.
I'm not expecting the entire store, and I don't trust him, so I would use him as a pawn in order to get the other pieces that I want in.
Get him there, and then you do what Rob does and say, okay, now you owe us, Biden. We got you in, and now you owe us. And so if you don't, we've got X, Y, and Z waiting in the wings, and we will remove you, so you won't even be the nominee. And so you get the ignominious defeat. As being primaried out as a president, which I don't know has ever happened before, but it could happen. But the thing is, if Biden loses completely, then who's to negotiate with? Trump? You're not going to get anything out of him.
Okay, but if Trump is on his second term, he's a lame duck. We don't have to negotiate with him.
Bill Clinton accomplished quite a lot in his second term, even though he was a lame duck, while being impeached.
But are we not talking about the election here?
Right, and because the thing is, it's not just the election, no. That's what Swordsage's point has been the whole time. It's not just about it. The election's important, but in order to make change, you do have to govern at some level. So he's saying, let's govern, and then push. So first do the first negotiation. First negotiation is, okay, Biden, you need our support. We want at least this. We'd like this, but we'll take we got to give at least this. So you get him in, and now you hold his feet to the fire, and you do what Rob says and say, okay, we're going to primary you out if you do not live up to your word, and if you don't give us some more. But if he loses, then there's no one to negotiate with.
Okay, here's one of the problems with that, though, because like with Obama, he started being the compromiser in chief, where he'd offer what he'd be willing to settle for first up front, and then let him be bargained down to something else.
Oh, yeah.
If we start telling Biden, here's what we want, but here's what we'll settle for, he'll start whittling down to what we'll settle for.
Never say what we'll settle for.
No, but that's before the election.
Never say what you settle for.
The timing. See, and you're right. Did Obama capitulate too early? Absolutely. I totally agree with you.
He started with a capitulation. That was the problem.
But his thing is, he was already governing. That was the problem. problem is he did. It's one thing. It's one. Let me finish. It's okay to compromise. How you compromise before the election and whether or not you compromise after the election is two entirely different things strategically, Kate. That's what I'm trying to get.
Yes, but how do you even do any of them if, like, Biden has to know that there really is a threat there? And right now, you have this long-term plan where we have to find someone who'll primary him, who we think can succeed. All the while, Biden's probably doing things in office that we'd rather he wasn't doing. You need to have this negotiating power for while Biden is in office, and you'll be primaried if we don't get this, that, and the other thing. You have to have that set up now.
But there are elections every year, though. I mean, every year
there's an election, and that's how you get more people in.
But we have to convince Biden to do things our way.
Right.
And the way you do that is the way. See, this is the tricky part. This is the one thing that I have to say that Bionic Dance has a point about. How do you do it? Because right now, the major reason why the Democratic Party is acting the way it is and why Biden's acting the way it is because the number one group that he's listening to are corporate interests. They have the money.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is another reason why I'm saying part of the left, and I always say left lightly in this country because there really is no real left in this country. This is why the petty differences have to go away.
Right.
Ultimately, many people are after the same things. The ideologies may change slightly on how you want to go about certain things or what specific things are more important, but there are still certain commonalities. Right. They have to organize as a united front and pick one or two organizations with enough funding from grassroots groups to look big enough to get them going where they're at least willing to talk to you. Right. This is how Obama got into office. Because first of all, it's like, how are we going to get somebody in? This is how Obama was groomed to end up being president in the few years he was in the Senate. He rose really quick. And then he started using grassroots organizations. People like them started talking to him to help him get through. I mean, granted, he threw them under the bus. We all saw what happened with Acorn. But this is the reason why groups like that need to stop celebrating as soon as you get them in. As Malcolm X once said, you never freaking celebrate until the war is over. You don't blow bugles.
Right.
If you guys you got to first organize and be like, this guy is step one.
Right.
And then you have to be a big enough group and a powerful enough bit of influence, whether it's through social, like move.org, for instance, moveon.org. I'm trying to remember their full name, but they're one of the kind of like grassroots groups. Yeah. They're one of the bigger ones that the Democrats at the very least have to talk to.
Right.
They, as much as they're not like super huge, they're not like super PACs, but they're big enough that these candidates do every now and then, like, hi, I'm so and so, I'm with you too. You got to make these guys bigger, or if you don't trust them, trust some other group or get at least 2 or 3 of them. You don't want too much. You want at least 2 or 3 of them, all with a whole lot of dollars and a whole lot of people saying that, look, you see how big we are? If we back you up, you have a shot. What are we getting?
Right.
This needs to cut out. This is what we got. And then you don't say, I'm willing to settle for this. People have forgotten how to haggle. I don't know what the hell. Maybe it's because my parents are Haitian and I know how to haggle. It's like people need to know how to haggle. You don't just simply go over there and be like, so I'm willing. No, it's like, look, we're not budging on this, or this. And quite frankly, you need us more than we need you.
Right. But here's the thing.
The minute goes, well, I don't, you turn around and walk away.
That is exactly what I've been trying to say. Exactly.
But the key thing that what you said is an important key piece is you have to convince Biden and the people and the rest of the Democrats that you're a big enough force to matter because otherwise, again, why should they? Because look, if they take on some more progressive things, they're going to lose some other voters. And the important thing is to say, okay, we're going to be a bigger block than what you're going to lose, and we're going to put you over the top. Because here's the thing, and the problem right now for the Bernie wing is that they couldn't even get enough people to make Bernie the nominee. So it's kind of hard.
Okay, hold on about that. Because because there are reasons. There are good and legit reasons.
They can stop and listen to you. Now you're going to stop and let me talk. So the thing is that you have to make people believe. You have to let them believe that you're actually a force. Because if you're going to show up, because one, they have to believe that you actually show up to vote. And 2, that you're actually big enough to actually make a difference. Because if you can't convince them of either, it's just like the same way. You have to be convinced that Biden will actually do something that you want. That's fair. But then they have to be convinced that you're actually going to provide any support. Because otherwise, there's zero reason to support you, too. It works both ways.
But see, the problem is that has to go in the other direction. He needs to promise me the stuff I want before I give him his vote, not the other way around.
Right. Okay. Now I have to.
Okay, with that one.
Okay, Joe. Let me just say that I agree in principle with everything you just said, and I think Bernie's voters did that by doing how many millions of people donated like little bits of money. They have proven that they're there. They've proven that they wanted to show up. I think they've made their fucking point. They don't have to make it to Joe. They made it to Bernie. They're there. They're ready to vote. So I think they consider.
They didn't show up on primary day.
Yeah, well, part of the problem, part of what happened is that a lot of Bernie supporters are younger folks who traditionally just don't go out and vote for whatever reasons. I don't know, lazy or in college or.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but
they shut down so many polling places.
I'm not even
it was
down
like
with this
there were
whole
people
thing.
6-7 hours in line trying to vote and then were turned away later.
Totally
So there was a lot of backdoor shenanigans to try to make sure that Bernie wasn't the nominee. There were studies done on positive coverage versus negative coverage in the news.
I agree with you. I want to address your point, though.
Well, hold on. You demanded I let you finish. Let me finish. God. Okay, so I mean, again, there was definitely a concerted effort to make sure that Bernie wasn't the nominee by the more establishment-centric members of the DNC. And then Obama pulled his crap right before Super Tuesday, where he got everyone except Biden to drop out. So, I mean, if we had an election based solely on the issues, I think we'd have seen a different result if there hadn't been all that backroom wheeling and dealing.
See, here's the thing, though, Kate. The structural issues about not being able to get out to vote and all that. Totally agree with that part of it. So here's the thing: is that not going to be true in November?
Well, it depends actually, because we have been seeing. Dude, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
The DNC doesn't control the polling stations. The state
depends on something that has nothing to do with what you just said. So let me say it, okay? Because we are right now having an argument in this country about mail-in voting. Are we not?
We are.
If people have access to mail-in voting, I think a lot of people will vote who didn't manage to in the primary. So yes,
killing it off so much in so many states.
I think that in November we will see a difference in voting totals. I do.
The thing is, people could, with the exception of the caucus states, people could have voted absentee in the primaries, though. And also, here's the other thing too. Now, in South Carolina, for instance, lots of black people showed up. In fact, in general, in the primaries, lots of black people showed up. It's one of the reasons why Biden, got some of the early wins and what carried him through. So where I get incensed is I get sick and tired of this. Oh, well, people couldn't make it to the polls. If a whole bunch of poor black people can make it, what's the excuse of a bunch of middle class white people? I'm so sick. That's another one of these things about this thing. I'm so fucking tired of excuses from white people as to why they couldn't do shit that black people do. I'm fucking tired of it. You just want to whine. I didn't get my way. Fuck that bullshit. Black people went out in South Carolina in number and they fucking voted.
I will say,
because
I want to change the tone a little bit here. I will say, back up Kate and Paul, that Bernie supporters have nothing to prove to Joe Biden. They've already done it. Bernie Sanders, even though twice he didn't get the nomination, for whatever the reasons were, he has already proven and he has already shown to be one of the most consequential politicians in our lifetimes. Yeah. He has changed American politics more than almost anyone else in decades. So his supporters have nothing to prove to the DNC or to Joe Biden. It should already be a given that they need to bend in order to get some of Bernie's support.
And I don't doubt that they will.
I don't believe that they need to go to the extreme that Kate would like to see them go.
Agreed.
I mean, I would like to see them go that far. I think that's unrealistic. I think it's naive.
Okay. Let me jump in there. In eras gone by, horse trading is perfectly natural in any convention. It's perfectly natural when it comes to the platform to say, listen, if you want my union people or whatever, for example, you're going to have to get on board with platform, X, Y, or Z.
Absolutely.
When it comes to Bernie people, if you want to generalize to that major degree, but I think we all know what we mean. Then there's a few things that I think more or less everybody on that flank has in common: Medicare for all, free college, get rid of the drug war,
Living wage.
Living wage. Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, and the corruption in Congress. I mean, those are the biggest ones that jump out. I mean, you could probably make a list of 10. And if I was the guy doing the horse trading, I'd say, look, my people have sent me here to say it's 3 of these. Pick any 3. But if I go back with 2, I can probably still sell it. So give me 2, and pick them. And at least you can have something to sell. But what they're trying to do is give you little compromises on all of those things, or some of, or even just compromises on some, rather than saying, yes, you can have the whole one of this or the whole one of that. You know, we'll take half a step. We'll give you Medicaid till 60, or beginning at 60. There's, you know, that's like a half a step backwards as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. You know, this is so much. I'm so past time on the whole Medicare for all thing.
Paul. See, actually, what you're saying is that, okay, we got the 10, and we want give us at least 3. That's exactly what I've been trying to say. I'm perfectly fine with that. You know, I'm perfectly and I think that'll work. I think that's a winner. I think Biden's platform and his campaign will do that. But again, you know, here's one thing. And I told I'm trying to make it quick because I've told this story before in other hangouts. But I was in a restaurant. I was pissed off at the you know, for the poor service and the bad food I was getting, and I was raging. I was angry, and look, I had every right to be. They've totally fucked things up. After 2 hours, I didn't have any edible food, so I'm pissed off and I'm going off. At a certain point, I'm raging at the manager, and the manager says to me, "Sir, I'd really like to help you. I want you to be happy, but if there's no way that I can make you happy, then I'm going to stop trying." And that's all I'm getting at is if you make yourself unreachable, then no one's going to reach out to you. If you say, okay, I can be reached and I know I'm not going to get everything I want, but I'm still going to ask for as much as I can get. That's fair. That's reasonable.
Well, if you think I was saying all or nothing, you weren't paying attention.
It sure as hell seemed that way to me, Kate.
Well, maybe you should ask questions instead of making assumptions.
Well, no, see, even Robinson just say he thought that too.
It's not. Well, it's not true. That's not my position. But the fact is that clearly we draw the line of what is good enough in different places.
Certainly, that's fair.
And I mean, the fact is that I'm sick to death of all of these people who are backed by corporations pretending to be populists, but totally not doing it in any way. And so, you know, that's part of why I don't trust Joe Biden, because if we insist on Medicare for all, well, he knows perfectly well that means that big pharma is now going to have to accept lower profits in the United States because they can't price gouge anymore. And Joe Biden is backed by how many different drug companies? Probably quite a few. I'd have to look it up, but certainly more than 2. And so he now has a conflict of interest. Deal with the voters on what the voters want for Medicare for all, or lose his backers or piss off his backers. And who knows what they might do to him behind the scenes if he does that. So we need to get people like Joe Biden entirely out of the government as much as possible anyway, simply because you cannot trust them to be on the side of the working class. Can't do it.
Now, here's one thing I want to explain about campaign finance that I hear, and I'm not going to pick it on you, Kate, because I hear every single person get this wrong. Everybody gets this wrong.
And now, just you get it right?
Well, okay. Well, no, but I don't want to personalize it because I'm not trying to pick on you about this. But
it's a simplification of language. You can go on.
Yeah, campaigns. There's hard money and there's soft money. Soft money goes to PACs. So corporations can give money to PACs, and they can give unlimited money to PACs, unfortunately, thanks to Citizens United. Corporations cannot donate to individuals' hard money campaigns. They're barred. No, but it's important, Kate, because when you say, "Oh, this company gave or that company gave," what they do?
We can settle this real quick. Yes or no? Is Joe Biden beholden to his big money donors? Yes or no?
I'm trying to answer the question, Kate, but it's not a simple yes or no question. So, because here's the thing. Okay, I have a company. If one of my employees gives to any candidate, whether it's somebody I like or not, they have to put down who their employer is. So when they do the thing of how much money, now I'm not pharma, but we do business with pharma. But just say I work for a pharma. Just say I own a pharmaceutical company. My employees give to Biden, they give to Trump, whoever. That goes down as under my company. It doesn't mean that my company gave money. It means an employee from my company gave money, and they have to keep track of it. The reason why is because what happened years ago, and it's illegal now, but I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm saying it's illegal this happened. Is I as an employer give money to my employees, say, hey, because I can only give $2,500 as an individual, so I slip money to my employees and say, you have to give money to Biden or else I'm going to fire you. So that's why they keep track of it. But
we're not talking about the same thing at all.
Well, no, when you were talking about the big money donors, what I'm telling you is the numbers you're looking at for hard money campaigns do not include any donations directly from companies because it's illegal, and all that numbers have to be.
Yeah, and so what they do is they go to $2,000 a plate dinners, et cetera, that kind of thing, where it may not be a campaign donation.
No, it is a campaign. It actually does count as a campaign donation.
Okay, but I mean, you literally have these candidates holding these dinners for big money donors. I mean, there's no denying that.
I agree. And again, for now, what the companies can do is now when there's a PAC, a corporation can give unlimited money to a PAC. So there's and that's the problem with PACs. But as far as when you're looking at those, that's the way the law, campaign finance law works, Frankie. I'm sorry you don't understand how the way the campaign
it's not that.
That is how they work.
Like you're taking 15 paragraphs to describe something that can be done in 3.
Because a lot of people don't understand how it works, Kate, and obviously I'm not sure that you do either. So when because you're talking about the numbers that are reported.
No, that's not what I'm talking. That's not the issue I was bringing up. What I was bringing up is yes or no, is Biden beholden to the big money interests that have tried to back him one way or another? Does he dance to their tune or not?
Not necessarily.
So you think that if he starts going against what the big pharma, for example, wants, that he won't start getting crap from them, that he won't be told you're not getting our donations next time around? You think that they don't have their tentacles around him in one way or another? You really think that's not what's going on?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I think it is.
I don't think so.
Joe, do you think that PACs do not coordinate with campaigns just because it's illegal?
No. Well, PACs can coordinate with campaigns, though. That's the whole thing.
Super PACs.
Super PACs, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that PACs and super PACs aren't coordinating with the campaigns just because it's illegal?
Because
it's illegal, they're not doing it.
No, it actually is legal, and that's the problem with super PACs is that it is legal. That's the problem.
Okay, but those super PACs, clearly there's going to be a lot of Joe Biden's big money friends involved.
Here's the problem.
And if one of them says to him, look, here's this new drug we need like pushed through, or we need this to be sold in this way, and that makes us tons of profit, and it screws everyone else. Do you think that he won't go, oh, yeah, that's okay, that's cool, let's go play golf? Do you really think he's not going to do that? Do you think he won't be in trouble if he says no?
Here's the thing with that, and it swings in both directions. Candidates make promises. They make promises to voters. They make promises to donors. Nobody says, and there's nothing written anywhere, that they have to keep any of them have to be kept. He can tell his donors, oh, I got you. He gets the money, he gets elected. He said, you know what? My views on that have changed. What are they going to do? They can't take the money back.
No, but
It's the same thing if he tells a voter. The same thing if he tells a voter while he's out glad handing, hey, give me your vote and I'm going to take care of your grandmother. Then he gets the vote and he goes, I don't know who your grandmother is. Sorry.
Yeah, but
it's the same thing.
Not the same situation at all, though.
But it is the same situation.
No, it's not. Because if he pisses off like a couple of voters, they may decide to not vote for him later, but it won't necessarily affect his entire political career. Whereas
he's a million years old. But he's a million years old.
Okay, but he's also been doing this since he's been in government. There's a speech, I've seen the video of it, where he is literally, no joke, saying, I tried to get them to bribe me, but they said you're not in Congress enough for us to invest in you yet. Come back when you're 40. I mean, that's a Joe Biden quote. It's all over the internet. Come back when you're 40, son.
But it's also a million years old.
But it's not just about Biden. It's systemic. It's symptomatic of the entire thing.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
so it's not just
Right.
about Biden, what I'm saying.
Right, but the whole thing is with Biden though is because he's going to be whether he wins or if he doesn't win, he's not a president. But if he wins, we know he's a one-term president because he's not going to be running at 82. He's just not.
Right,
Can
but
I?
so
But no, but the whole point is that someone who's not see, that's why it's funny because a lot of people say, oh, if you're in your last term, you're a lame duck. Actually, you're actually free because you are not. It doesn't matter. No one has any leverage over you. That's why Bill Clinton accomplished as much as he did in his second term, because basically he was like, fuck it, I can't get elected again. I don't need donors anymore. I can do whatever I want.
That's the point.
Can I? So I have to leave real soon. But I wanted to throw this in there to get you guys thinking about, again, trying to come up with long-term plans and why it's important to, think beyond whoever it is that you're trying to get in there, and especially if it's someone that you don't trust, and we certainly shouldn't trust them, that he can still be useful. World War I, the Germans were fighting a battle on several different fronts, and one of the things that they were trying to do was get Russia out of the war. The one thing that they really did not like, besides the fact that Russia was breathing down their necks, was this growing idea suddenly coming out of nowhere that all of a sudden the people who do the work should own, the means of production. They hated that idea, but they saw how it was beginning to screw up the Russian military, because more and more people in the military were like, we don't want to keep fighting this war. We want to go home. It's the powers that I have. Why are we killing them? We got no problem with them. In fact, there's a lot of historical precedents to how many soldiers at times were kind of letting each other get past in the night. Like during the day, of course, it would be crazy trench warfare, but the battles were so horrific that people were getting their humanity on the battlefield. So there will be times at night where they're like, just pick up your bodies. I didn't see you. I didn't see you. Or we heard about that one Christmas event when they all were like, these things were happening. And so Germany decided to use contagion. What they were doing was like, okay, all these guys that were kicked out of Russia for speaking Marxism and type stuff, we're going to sneak them back in. We're going to make this spread even further to disrupt the country itself, as well as influence the military, so they ain't going to fight us anymore. And that's pretty much what happened. As soon as they were able, to take over, the government, imprison the royal family, Lenin, the Bolsheviks ended up taking over, the Germans pretty much got what they wanted with a group of people they did not freaking trust. They just used them to get what they wanted. Right. This is planning. This is the type I know it sounds now.
So how do you use Biden to get a progressive agenda passed?
This is where the negotiating has to come in. They were able to get Lenin to go along with them. It's like, we're going to sneak you back in this country as long as you say X, Y, and Z. It went along with his goals. He just wanted to take over the country. He didn't really care about the war.
So what
he was desperate to get back in. Biden desperately wants to be president. He can't do it without you. I'm just, when I'm saying you, I don't just mean you. I also mean people who think like you.
Sure. But why isn't he doing anything to get us?
Because he's got someone else in his ear basically saying you can win without them.
Right.
Okay.
You got to convince them.
So how do we get rid of that person, whoever it is?
You can't really get rid of them. That's the problem.
Okay,
it's like basically, it's like saying that. Look,
no, Swordsage. Yeah, there's one important thing. You have to how to get rid of them. You have to outbid them.
Pretty much. Well, you have to
here's my
outbid them.
thing. Here's my thing. Sorry, but like people use this term in the media for like the past 40 years, the black vote, right? And then you get all these arguments about whether there is any such thing as a cohesive black vote and so on. And nowadays there's this conversation about the progressive vote, okay? And you get arguments about what is or is not included in the progressive vote. And I think there's this whole presumption that you're trying to appeal to something that is so multifaceted that you shouldn't be generalizing it in the way it gets generalized. And this is why I was saying earlier about breaking down policy by policy, rather than trying to say appeal, for example, to the black vote, or
that's the thing is the policy and the ideas are ultimately what you. I'm sorry, I have to spit this out because I have to leave. I'm sorry. It's just
I actually have to go soon. I have hungry cats.
Okay. I don't want to hold you up there, but there was a reason why I brought up this particular example. I don't want you just to focus on the fact that the Russians were able to get, the Germans were able to get the Russians out the war. I want you to, there was a catch to this. There's a funny catch to this. That contagion that they were trying to, like, oh yeah, we're just going to let them spread it in their country. But it happened to have been a good idea. That ended up spreading in their own ranks and started demoralizing their own people, because the idea ultimately was based on basically humanity, like people's humanity. Why am I fighting, killing this person for your gain? The policies that you guys are trying to fight for is that humane idea. That's your contagion. You're going to be using strategy to try to get this asshole to at least pick one or two of your ideas, but you spread those ideas among the ranks of other people who may not necessarily, I don't know about the socialism stuff, and they don't even know what socialism is. I don't know what this leftism stuff, and they don't know what the left is. But the policies, the ideas are what you can start getting floated on the ground. Bernie helped us put a foothold on that. Again, many of the things that he said changed a lot of what politics are, but there's still a lot of people who didn't listen because of the word socialism. So I'm not saying that to water it down. I'm basically saying that while you're negotiating, the people that are multifaceted, all these different groups, you want to unite them on these basic core ideas. Right. Just the basic core idea, and ask the simple questions. You don't have to bring up, really complex stuff like own the means of production. It's just to be simple stuff of, what do you think is more important, property or lives? Just that. Forget your ideas. And when you start talking about those policies on the ground level, and then get these people, and then this is going to take too long for me to explain. This is going to take organizing. All the stuff that I'm saying is going to take major bits of organizing on the ground level.
I have a good example, a short example for you. Okay, so
I kind of have to go soon, so I want to say the thing I wanted to say before.
Yeah, if you want to say the thing to me, that's fine, because I'm done. I'm done with what I was saying.
Well, and I mean, and now I've forgotten what it was, because I didn't.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say Bernie ran last time. He wasn't successful, but in 2018, you got AOC and the squad. So that is an outgrowth. That is how it works. So that was progress in the right direction. So Bernie himself wasn't the messenger. But he put the seed, and then that's the contagion. So now you need more of that.
Well, that was part of the problem, is that I think both the progressives and the establishment wing of the DNC thought that the other side had learned its lesson from 2016, where it's like the Bernie folks figured, hey, now you guys realize you can't keep screwing us like you did with Hillary. But the DNC, the establishment wing, probably figured, well, now you can't run candidates like Bernie and win, don't you? And I think part of the problem for why we can't influence Biden as much as people think we can is because he comes from such a different era in politics that I think it's too far outside of his paradigm to understand the idea of people not falling in line after the primary. I kept having to tell people after Bernie started endorsing Biden, they're like, so you're a Bernie supporter, you should be for Biden now. And I'm like, no, I wanted issues. Bernie was not my only favorite candidate. I would have voted for Tulsi. I would have held my nose and voted for Yang, and that's about it. But there were still candidates where I was like, you guys are progressive enough for me. And it was all about what they stood for, not who they were. And I think that Biden comes from such a mindset that it's utterly alien to him to have to bend to the will of the voters whose candidate didn't get nominated. I don't think he understands that at all. I really don't.
I just want to say I was surprised when you said about Tulsi, because Tulsi wasn't even liberal enough for me. So
I don't know. I mean, most of her candidates policies I thought were awfully darn similar to Bernie's. I mean, I'd be hard pressed to find too many things where she wasn't more or less in lockstep with Bernie.
I really have to get going to start cooking, but I will say that last point that Kate brought up, I think is a good point. But it's also one of the ultimate reasons why I say we have to find a way to use him, not just, oh, we're behind you all the way, but don't expect, even if you get him in there, to, I mean, yeah, I honestly believe that, yeah, he is dancing to a different tune. He doesn't necessarily have to dance to it 100%. And depending on how well a more organized group of people can make this work, you can make them at least dance to other tunes and like maybe accept certain conditions that you may want. But my ultimate point is that it cannot end with him.
Right.
There has to be a plan. It has to be like, okay, we got him in, that's phase 1, but now we need to get into phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and stop looking at these candidates as like just, okay, I just want to vote for this guy, or because
be all end all.
we have to start treating them like chess pieces.
Right.
I know that sounds messed up, but at this point, Kate has already brought it up. We got way too much on the line at this point to not see. This is a war.
Yeah.
You have to start looking at this as fronts. You have to start looking at this as laying out battle plans, because that's exactly how it's being done against the common individual.
We need to
we
put
don't think
change
that way,
on
we lose.
turbo. That's the thing. We need to put change on turbo. We don't have time for incrementalism. We don't.
Well, true, but that takes planning. And my biggest beef is that there isn't much planning being done. Even if it's just 2-3 years, which even that is too long if you've been looking at the data, there has to be a plan put in place, and that takes real organization and a willingness to actually put the effort in.
Right.
Simply going, okay, this person, I don't like them, let's find somebody else, and there's nobody else there, so you're not willing to work with the pieces you have. That doesn't take effort. Effort takes suffering. Effort takes being willing, okay, we can't win on this battlefront. We'll move over here, hold the line over here, and then figure out a way to get back to that point where we need to be at. If you don't think that way, if it's going to be more like, I don't like any of these pieces, fuck it, I give up, you will lose. We've lost too much.
That's the thing, though. What if it's not I give up? What if it is, and therefore I support a third party? Now, you've said third parties don't win, don't have a chance in this country. But if you can,
I disagree with that assessment, but I never was able to put my opinion on that.
You said it, but
yeah,
I mean,
it was
me.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, if you cross that threshold, what is it, 5%? I think of the vote, something like that. You can start getting that federal funding for elections, start gaining legitimacy, that kind of thing. But you always hear people say, well, I don't want to vote for a third party. I'll just be wasting my vote. Well, what if we all wasted our votes together, huh?
That's a bit idealistic to do that, though.
Well, sure, it's idealistic, but
I mean, well, here's the thing. Actually, I would do it like the way the Tea Party did it.
Why not at least try? Once
we
in
should
a while.
try. I don't disagree with you with that.
Instead of, I'll just vote for a Democrat because better than Republican. I don't think that's good enough. I think that's a terrible plan.
Well,
and we are living in a very different world than we were in, say, I don't know, the late 80s, early 90s. And I think that there's a lot of things that were looked at as impossible then that we're starting to see as potentially possible now, at least if you look in the right places. Right. So I'm likely to vote green this time around.
See, the thing is, Kate, though, as I said earlier,
I gotta go, guys.
I would like
great conversation. Yeah. Good points, Kate.
Take care, man.
Points the rest of you guys. I gotta hurry and cut. But good one, guys.
I would like to see viable third parties too. The thing is,
that didn't work out so well.
Without building a ground game, without actually building a grassroots support, and not just instead of just looking at the presidency, it's a pipe dream. It is a fool's errand, and it's actually a waste of time. Those are vanity candidates.
Well, but see, of course, it's a waste of time with that attitude.
No, it's a waste of time, period. Because again, if Jill Stein
claiming it's a waste of time is what makes it a waste of time. It means I give up already.
Again, no, because the thing is, these parties have to build from the grassroots, and they don't seem to be willing to do that. Because where are the Green Party candidates running for local elections, state elections? They're not, and for the most part, they're not there, and that's the problem. There needs to be. You're not going to do it on the back of just running for president. That's just not going to happen. But
not with that attitude.
No, period. Because it could happen if people were run on the local elections and the state elections and even the congressional elections. But they don't, and so that's my point is we need a groundswell. You're not.
There are plenty of independents out there, maybe not green necessarily, but I mean, I was raised in South Burlington, Vermont. Bernie Sanders was mayor of Burlington through my entire childhood. He's proof that an independent can be successful. And you don't necessarily need this big grassroots swell to bring someone up to at least coming close to the presidency. So I don't accept your premise.
But he did, though. That's why he ran as a Democrat.
Right.
Right. Well, that's because we still have some attitudes that need changing. I'm sure that he could have run as a Green and gotten similar results.
There you go. But
But he chose to run as a Democrat largely to gain that automatic groundswell of support that he wouldn't have gotten necessarily as an independent. But because we've shown that someone who still calls himself an independent can get to that level, it shows that there is potential for a Green Party, especially since there's enough people who are pissed the hell off now that Dem exit is getting bigger and bigger as we speak. So I suspect that this resistance to trying a third party is frankly old world thinking. It's not the world we live in anymore.
I'm willing to roll with Joe's resistance there and even accept the label of nihilist at this point, because I am that person who would vote third party at this point just to show them the vote that they lost. That I am a voter. I am willing to come out and vote. And I will vote for that Green Party just to let them know that there was a vote there that they could have had. And if at least 10% of us do that, then maybe we can move that over to the window. Because at this point, yeah. I'm going to make this horrible analogy, but at this point, you're trying to get me to marry my rapist.
Yes.
Right? Exactly. I have been a delegate and very active in politics for years now. I saw Ron Paul get it stolen from him, and then they expect for all of his supporters to just fall in line. I saw Bernie have it happen twice, and at this point, the person that they want me to vote for now is the opposite of what I want. Rob in 1996 and Kate in 1996 would have said, anyone who votes for this Defense of Marriage Act, I am never voting for. Mm-hmm. They deserve to never get my vote. Guess what Biden voted for? Yeah. The Defense of Marriage Act.
And he's voted for every foreign war of aggression.
Joe, 8 years ago, you gave to a fundraiser that I had for the Occupy movement. When I went to that Occupy movement, I learned that I'm never going to vote for somebody who repealed the Glass-Steagall Act, somebody who was in favor of bailing out Wall Street. Guess what Joe Biden did? Mm-hmm. He is not going to give me free college for people. He's not going to cancel. He's not going to cancel student debt. He's not going to institute a wealth tax. He's against legalizing pot. He's still in the drug war. Give me something. And you've asked other people, Joe, what would make me vote for Joe Biden? Give me a progressive VP candidate, and then I'll vote for that person, and then hope Joe Biden dies on day one.
Fair enough.
I really do have to go feed the cats, but I'll catch you evil geniuses later.
Take care.
Take it easy.
The problem with the marrying your rapist thing is either Trump or Biden is going to win. So asking you to vote for Biden is the same as asking you to vote for your rapist. I'll give you that. But if you don't, you're going to end up married to a child murderer.
And an even bigger rapist.
So
see, normally when it comes to presidential politics, I hate that argument. But in this particular case, and especially in the background of everything that we were talking about when this show first started, with all the shit that's going on right now, if you think that we're going to be better off in 4 years than we are right now, you've got your head so far up your ass you can probably see through the teeth. You know what I mean? There's no choice to make here as far as I'm concerned. There's no choice to make. I will vote for Biden crying all day long, and I don't want him to be president. But like it was just said, I would just hope he gets a progressive vice president candidate, and he either bows out or takes over, and some other. He just bows out. I hope he bows out. I don't want Joe Biden at all. But
Paul, and thank you, Paul. I appreciate that, and also to kind of extend what we were just saying here. So here's where I look at it from me, because I'm going to be selfish now, because everyone else can be, and selfish isn't necessarily a bad word, but people are looking at what's for them. So I got a candidate who, he's milk toast. He's not going to give me everything I want, but to be quite honest, I don't agree with all the stuff. I'm for universal health care. It doesn't necessarily have to be Medicare for all, whatever you call it. I don't care. I'm good. I'm for it. I'm not necessarily for all free college, but ultimately, what it comes down to me is we have a president now who is we know is a racist, who's actively stoking racist and basically building them one fervor that they're somehow getting screwed over, and then basically having them point guns at me and put my life and the life of all my friends and family who happen to have a little bit of melanin in our skin, and all the women that I know because of obviously with women's rights and LGBTQ, and putting all them in jeopardy. So even if I was going to get nothing out of Biden, I have to look at defensively and say, hey, I don't want the guy who's actively promoting Nazis, because to me, that's war. That is unforgivable.
Can I ask you a hard to reach question? To what degree, if any, do you think the fact that these right wing sort of white supremacist types were enraged by having a black president has accelerated the movement to the degree
Bingo. That's oh no, go ahead, Siri.
Yeah. The idea, because that's the thing. I mean, it's funny because you even had like in North Carolina voted for Obama the first time because Bush was such a bad president. A lot of people were saying, we're willing, and the economy was collapsing, and people were willing to try something different. But then it really, really played on white people's ego, that the person telling them, kind of their leader, the commander in chief, was a black man, and they never really respected him. That's why you had Jan Brewer sticking her finger in his chest. Like, have you ever heard of any governor getting away with that and not getting wrestled around by Secret Service? And so this ate at them. Now, the thing is, it was funny. I mentioned before the whole thing of how, like, a lot of white people have been surprised, not anymore, but for the first couple of years of Trump, like, oh, I can't believe this isn't who we are. And I'm like, black people are like, are you kidding? Excuse me, we've been trying to tell you this shit for decades. So the thing is, though, is that before, at least, it was unacceptable for them to vocalize it. But then when Obama was president, they couldn't help themselves. So you had the people like with the during the 2012.
I never thought of it that way.
The 2012 re-election, when they had bumper stickers that said "Don't renege," RE-nig, and then they tried to say, "Oh, well, we just misspelled renege wrong." Like, no, there's no dash in the fucking word. We know what you were trying to say. This was an affront to certain white people's sense of honor, their sense of self-worth, because
ownership. It's about ownership of the country to them. Yes.
So that a black man was in charge, and this destroyed their psyche, and they could not deal with it. So that's why they came up with all the wacky conspiracies. Like, there was that one National Guard, and there was that one military exercise. It was like the military and the National Guard in Texas that they do every year. And somehow this was going to be, Obama, this is going to be instituting, martial law and taking over the state and all this kind of crazy horse shit and all this kind of stuff. Because because what are they thinking from the get-go? They're thinking that retribution. The black man is going to do to the white man what the white man has been doing to the black man for 400 years. And that's part of the reason why Obama, for the people that were disappointed, and that's part of the reason why he was disappointing, because he was coming from a thing of, I know that there's this literal target on me. So I'm going to try to be as the inoffensive guy as I can be. I'm going to try to be bipartisan. I'm going to try to and plus, remember, he's kind of time when the country was collapsing. I'm going to try to bring the country together and unify, because that's always worked in the past, at least in the short term. But basically, when the Republicans were like, "No, we're not going to let you do it," because they wanted him to be one term, because they didn't want him to have a legacy, and that's what Trump's destroying everything now. It's all about destroying Obama's legacy. There's nothing left with Obama's fingerprints on it because they cannot deal with it. And
right? Yeah, he systematically got rid of everything Obama did ever.
But there's
I just want to take a little curveball for a second here and bring up a point because I'm just quite amused by something I saw in the chat. Look at this. He says, they think for themselves, yet they all happen to agree. Sure. I mean, dude, where were you half an hour ago?
I know
the hot takes.
we're yelling and screaming at each other.
There's some popcorn. I could have passed it to you.
There are certain groups in this country, white supremacist groups, some that it's too late. Like in their eyes, it's too late. The country cannot be saved because it's been tainted. Like you can't erase the stain of Obama to these people.
True.
Yep.
That's a pretty ugly thought.
It's true, but it's true. They're here. They're here. They're in this country where up until Obama was president, these guys they were their self-proclaimed patriots that were, you know, they bleed red, white, and blue. But now the country's gone to shit. It can't be saved. It's too late.
Yes, and they feel completely that Obama, and they've said it over and over, Obama has ruined the country. Yet somehow he got us out of recession and he got the economy and everything going back. Yet somehow he ruined the country. Yet the country was doing pretty fine. It was doing pretty well. And so to this day, I'm still wondering how he ruined the country. It's like, now, obviously, I know what they mean by he ruined the country. He was a black man that was president. Obviously, that's what they mean by that. But they're never going to say that.
It was the tan suit, Nathan. It was the tan suit.
Yeah.
Right. But, you know, they're never going to get to that point where they just admit, hey, you know what? We're racist and we're just going to come out and say it. No, it's just this thing where it's like, no, we're not racist. He was just a bad president. Really? Was he really a bad? But this guy's a good president, right? The guy who's like, what is it, 100,000 people like dead right now? He's a great president who knew stuff, knew information, wouldn't act on it, knows what the right thing to do is, never does it.
See, and these are the guys that are going into state buildings with machine guns. They're the ones that are going into Starbucks with machine guns. Because as far as they're concerned, they're already living in a post-apocalyptic world. The country has collapsed. In their mind, the country has already collapsed because we had a black president.
Right.
It cannot be saved. The stain cannot be washed away. So they don't care. And if you're offended by their gun, they don't care. And a lot of these guys would have no problem shooting any one of us.
Right. No. Well, and that's the thing, and part of it is why the whole double standard. And that's why, so you know, and again, I understand why a lot of people, and not just the progressive wing, just even the liberal centrist wing of the Democratic Party, where people were disappointed. But as I tried to say, is like, if you get two people try to do the same thing, and one of them is white and one of them is black, odds are, in most cases, the black man's going to be judged more harshly for the same thing, differently, more harshly for the same thing. So I felt the whole time I knew what Obama was doing, because if you think about it, there were already threats on his life, even with as milquetoast as he was. There were so just imagine if he tried to actually push and actually try to be more forceful. They were already saying he was an imperial president. He was, he was a dictator and all that. He would have been murdered. And that's why I try to explain to white friends, like, look, I get that you're disappointed that he didn't give you all the change that you wanted. So I wanted it too, but I also know why he couldn't. Because
I want to just draw attention very, very quickly to the gravity and implication of what you just said. You just admitted out loud that you accept a situation where the president of the United States will not survive if he doesn't toe the line to certain people behind him.
Yeah.
That's true. Yep.
Right? I don't think I don't think in this particular in that regard I don't think the race of the president actually matters. I think we all accept implicitly, whether we admit it or not, whether we talk about it as a conspiracy or not, whether we accept a deep state or not, we all accept that the president, to a certain degree, no matter which person it is, whether it's Bill Clinton or George H.W. Bush, to a certain degree they're a figurehead for other people behind them.
Yes.
That's true, Paul. But I also don't. I actually, let's not minimize the difference in gravity.
Oh, I agree 100%. George W. Bush taught me that for the rest of my life. I mean, I thought George Bush, Al Gore, yeah, Tweedledee, Tweedledum. Oh boy, was I fucking wrong.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. So that's why Obama did as much as he could. And I absolutely would have liked it more. And that's another reason why too. And again, and Kate left before I got the chance to say it, although she's heard me say it several times before. Just say Bernie had been the nominee and he got elected. The fact of the matter is, and look, we know I as much as I have differences with Bernie, I have zero doubt that he was sincere about every one of the promises he made. He would have pushed as hard as he could for every single one of those things. The fact of the matter is, he would not have gotten all those things, not because he wouldn't have tried, not because he didn't care, not because he wasn't honest, but because structurally the system doesn't make it easy to do that. So right. That's my whole thing. So
okay, but my whole thing, and I'm gonna presume I'm speaking at least partially for Kate when I say this, is that even if all Bernie accomplished was Medicare for all, it would have transformed the country. If he got a quarter of his agenda done, it would have transformed the country. So, I'm quite satisfied with him not getting all. No president ever gets it all. Obama taught me that. And like I said to you last time, Joe, I'm 55% plus Obama, 45% minus Obama. On balance, I think, better good than bad. But the bad shit to me was pretty damn bad. But the good shit to me, all by itself, the Iraq deal was a huge deal to me. It was a huge deal.
Here's a question.
Go on.
Even if you get the president that's going to do all these things, what stops another Trump from coming? Because what I've noticed is that people get scared, and they get extremely scared when there's too much change. They get they lose their mind, and so they want things to go like let's make this thing stable and quickly because we're scared. So what stops another president? What stops another Trump from coming in and doing the same thing and just coming in and reversing all those things? Again, suffice to say, if the people themselves don't step up and say, you're not going to reverse this because this is the change we want. But there are people who, want some of the changes that Obama made, but they still got reversed because Trump just says, hey, I got,
Yeah, there are ways within the legislation, would have to be written a certain way and passed in that way that makes it difficult for a president on his own to be able to override or to undo something. There are ways to do that.
But would he be on his own, though? See, that's
the thing, though. He wouldn't be able to do it on his own. No, you can pass legislation that's written in a way that the president doesn't have the power to say, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. Like, he would have to go back and, vote
when it comes to certain policies as well, certain policies are extremely difficult to undo. For example, I'm going to use my UK experience here. Back at the end of World War II, this country was fucking smashed, yeah? Every single town and village lost people, and that's not an exaggeration. There's a war memorial in the tiniest little hamlets all across this country, yeah?
I've seen it.
Everybody knew someone that died in the war. And at the time, Winston Churchill was prime minister during the war, and he was a Tory, a conservative. The minute the war ended, they kicked his ass out, and they elected the first Labour government. And within the first couple of years, they created what's called the welfare state. What still exists of the welfare state is the NHS, but it was much more than that back in the day. And the whole philosophy was, we're hurting. We need to heal our country, and we are going to take care of our people from the cradle to the grave. This philosophy got elected, and they changed the country in 2 years. At the time, the medical profession did not want Medicare for all, as we call it in America, but the NHS, they didn't want that. But within 2 years, everybody got health care, and every conservative government ever since has tried to turn it around. But you can't take something away from people that they know they fucking need. You know, like people that can't eat or that they can't have water. Or like saying we're going to close schools down and you all have to educate your kids now. People wouldn't put up with it.
Well, here's the thing, though, Paul. There's a couple structural things. One is a structural thing in the way that the two governments work, and the other thing is, like, if you want to look, do you want to talk about that? Like, look what happened during what the Republicans did, even while Obama was in office, and what they've done since, is that basically once Obamacare got passed, they kept passing legislation to tear away. Now they couldn't pass the legislation certainly when he was in. But then later on, what they did, so then they said, okay, well, we're going to use court challenges. Well, because because Trump stacked the courts, they basically have whittled away and whittled away and whittled away. Now, they haven't been able to get rid of all of it, but they've been able to get rid of some fundamental pieces such that in the area, like it was, and the thing is, like here in New Jersey, it's actually been working reasonably well. And in the states that bought into it, it's worked reasonably well. It's not what we ultimately need, but it's better than what we were at. But the thing is that they've done so much damage to it through the legal system in a way that you couldn't do in the UK, because because of the way that like the federal judges get apportioned and how they get appointed and so forth in the whole process. And the other structural difference here is that when people see in the UK, you're voting basically for a government, you're voting for the Tory government, you're voting for this. There's never a case where the prime minister and the majority party are different in different parties, where that's not the case here. So that's one big structural difference here. So you can't. So
but that actually makes it easier for them to get rid of it if they want to.
Right. But
they can't. But they can't. My whole point is they can't get rid of it because the people will never let the government get rid of it.
Right.
People value it too much, and this is my point. Nathan was asking earlier, how are you going to keep people from changing it? The next guy will just come in and change it, like Trump's revoked everything Obama did. I totally get what you're saying, but if you give people something that once they have it, they won't be able to live without it. They won't even literally be able to afford to live without it. You can't take it away from them anymore.
Well, but here's the thing, Paul.
It's part of their infrastructure. It's like saying you can't ride the roads anymore.
In a parliamentary system, if they just say the Tories, went and they canceled the NHS. Well, they can basically call a new election and then vote everybody out immediately. So people's outrage is in the moment. For here, we have our regularly scheduled elections. People are lazy and they have short memory.
I'm sorry. With respect, I don't accept that the reason we can't do it in America is because of the structure of our government. I think that's with respect fallacious.
But that's also the reason why it was easier to put in too, because they voted in a Labor government, overwhelming Labor government, so they could put it in and build it to how they wanted to. Obama couldn't even do that here. Because he had a
well again I have to jump in. I disagree. Obama, when he first got elected in 2009, became president with a majority in both houses of Congress. And in the end, when they passed Obamacare, they did it with zero Republican support anyway. They tried to get it and they couldn't. They watered down what they could have had. They could have had single payer. They could have passed it. They had the vote.
It's one of the
they had the votes.
Here's the thing, but they did not have But they did not.
Well, they could have had the votes if everybody in the Democratic Party voted for it. They would have had the votes. That's my point.
No, because Paul, there's something else structurally you have to understand about the Senate. Is a cloture vote. So basically, they have their debate, and then they have a cloture vote. Says, okay, we're done debating. We're going to move to a floor vote. So the thing is that for a cloture vote, you need 60 votes, and the Democrats did not have 60 votes. So the only way to get the cloture vote was to basically compromise, give up some, and then get enough Republicans say, okay, we don't like your shitty bill, but we'll let you vote on your shitty bill or your watered down bill. So that's why. So there's no way. So there's no way you need more than 51 senators to even have the vote. That's the problem.
It's both a strength and a weakness.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
it can destroy bills like Obamacare end up getting destroyed.
Well, I mean, hasn't McConnell basically eliminated the 60% thing now? I mean, isn't that a thing of the past now? Since McConnell's been the Senate Majority Leader, I'm pretty sure he's been passing everything with a 51% or better.
It depends on, but it depends on the type of, it depends on what the vote is.
Yeah.
Like if it's a cloture vote or if it's voting to pass or fail. I mean, it's like there are different types of votes, and for some votes, all you need is a majority. Others, you need the supermajority. I think for certain kinds of votes, he did change it, so all you need is the majority.
Yeah, I thought you needed 2/3 for spending votes and stuff like that. I thought there were certain categories, like if you wanted to, it was appropriating money for some reason. I thought you had to have like a certain percentage for that, or whatever.
You need 60 votes, but that's the thing. Obamacare was considered a spending bill because you're setting up structural spending, so that was part of the problem. Now, one of the things, and this is something that. And I argued with the progressive wing when Obama was president about this, and it's come to fruition, was the whole thing about what was, and basically the Democrats unfortunately did what they were asked to do, and it turned out to be a disaster, because for federal bench, it used to be that you needed 60. So there was that, and that's the whole nuclear option. The nuclear option was, okay, because the Republicans had threatened it several times in the past, and they didn't do it. The Democrats went ahead, okay, fuck it. Obama's got to get these judges in there, and we're getting pressure from our people that we got to get these judges in there. So they said, okay, we had to vote, and we changed the Senate rules so that you no longer need a 60 vote cloture vote to move someone forward for Senate ratification. So then Trump comes in. He doesn't need 60, so that's why he's able to stuff the courts, because he only needs 51.
Came back and bit us in the ass.
Exactly. And I told people at the time, you're going to regret this vote because we're not going to always be in power.
Right.
And people don't understand that. I try to tell people stuff like that all the time. You're not always going to be in power. Do things the right way, because it's going to come back and bite you in the ass. People just do whatever the hell they want to do. And then they wonder, why did that come back and bite me? What do you think? You're not always going to be in power.
That's right. Our system is designed to be slow on purpose.
Yep.
And like Rob said, it's frustrating sometimes when you see something important like climate change and Medicare for all. You say, Jesus Christ, we need this fucking thing right now. Why can't we just do it? But by having those systems in place also puts the brakes on a lot of other heinous crap. So it's the good with the bad. But unfortunately, when we've selectively, and again, we ended up doing it to ourselves, took away some of the restrictions, and now we're getting steamrolled. And Trump literally has 25% of the federal judges were appointed by Trump. And they're on, and that's a lifetime appointment, which is funny. The Republicans hated lifetime appointments when Obama was president. Now they love them.
Right.
So
some of those judges, Joe, have never tried a case before.
Right. Right, a lot of them aren't even remotely qualified. But the thing is, that damage, because they are for life, and a lot of them are in their like late 30s and early 40s. That damage is done for a generation. That's the other reason why, to me, let's say that Biden's going to do nothing positive. He's going to be,
yeah.
The difference is he'll appoint different people to the federal bench and to the Supreme Court. End of story, right there. That's everything. That's more important than everything else, because
you could have said the same thing 4 years ago and been right as well. You know what I mean?
That's right, and that's more important, because again, that outlasts any president, any person in the House. That is generational. So the damage. That's the thing that makes me sick, is that even if Trump drops dead tomorrow, he has a heart attack from too many hamburgers. There's a generation worth of damage already done, and there's nothing you can do to fix it other than time.
Yeah. Right. For me, I mean, I bringing it back to the beginning of our conversation. The main thing to me, I mean, it was already crucial for me personally to use my vote affirmatively to reject Trump. Oftentimes, if I had the kind of ambivalent feeling I have about the people running, I would probably just abstain. In this case, my conscience will not let me abstain. It's as simple as that. Having said that, I mean, it's especially crucial right now because I'm about to move back to America, and I don't want to move to a country where people get shot in bed or get shot because they get pulled over and, the cop decided to reach for their wallet and too quickly or some shit like that, or whatever. It's not good enough. And and people say, oh, you don't have to worry about it because you're not black. And to me, I was like, are you kidding?
Actually, let me point something out to you. And this is one of the one of the problems, I don't know if anybody mentioned this when I was having the crazy technical difficulties. One of the problems with police brutality in America is that it happens to white people, but it's not shown when it does. And therefore, white people think it's a black problem. Now, if you keep showing white people getting their ass beat by cops, white people are going to be like, oh, whoa, 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 what the hell is going on? Because there's already white people who, a lot of these, these militias and stuff, that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the government to come down, and they want a reason to be upset and to show off their guns and stuff like that. Not necessarily that they want to show that they're big stuff. If some stuff really went down and the army starts rolling out, but the thing about it is, if they start seeing this and it's consistent, then you start showing the stuff with black people. Then it clicks. Oh, things are getting out of control. But part of this is media, where it's a better story when it's a black person. Well, okay, that's great, but let's show this thing for what it is if you want to get rid of it. I think a lot of the bad stuff going on in the country is going on because no one wants to get rid of it, because it's money to be made in everything. And that is in showing off the bad stuff that goes on. If you show it off, yes, you get that situation solved. Let's just say, people go to jail, the cops go to jail, cops lose their jobs, whatever the thing is, that's one situation. This is going to keep happening. There's something going on at the level of training. There's something going on at the level of, if you want to talk about implicit bias, there's something going on in almost every level that people aren't really looking at, because in the end, it doesn't really affect me. It's just that you don't know it affects you because you haven't had that problem yet.
Right.
So when you have that problem, then you start saying, oh, now I see what the issue is. Same thing with Obamacare. When you had people who said, I hate Obamacare, and then they got cancer, or they got something that happened to their family, and suddenly it was like, oh my God, Obamacare saved me.
How many people on the panel? How many people on the panel have had police pointing their gun at them?
I haven't had him pointing it at me, but I've had him with his hand on his hip.
Yeah.
While I was looking through my
Out
car.
of the holster.
I've had the hand on the hip thing.
Yeah, thankfully I never had that. I never had to go that far, thankfully.
I've had guns pulled on me 3 separate times, but none of them by cops.
I can tell what?
Yeah,
It was a dangerous life.
I can tell you, for me personally, typically, like when because I do movies, and I'm usually doing like a lot of weird stuff, and typically I've had pretty good relations with cops, but there have been times when when they've gotten a call. Like typically, if the cops are just going by, whatever, there's not a big deal. But if they get a call, they're going to come through and they're going to be like, hey, we got a call, something was going on. And they have the hand on the, on the gun. They're ready to go. And of course, you're not turn around, how may I help you? How may I help you, officer? What's going on? And they kind of, chill out. But then again, keep in mind, this is Chicago. Things are a little bit chill here. Sometimes, typically, even here, things can, the history of Chicago, things can jump off here too. So the cops are a little bit chill, but that don't mean you can go out there acting a fool, because, they shot a kid one time. He had a toy gun, and for whatever reason, according to them, it didn't connect to them that, they said that they think it's a toy. But by the time the cops got there, all they saw was, black kid with a gun, and they started shooting. So things can jump off. I do action films, so there's like things that we used to do that we just don't do anymore. Where we don't do weapons on the street. We don't do these are things that, even when we did when I did the Epitaph Bread and Salt film, we were doing, we had weapons on the street and stuff, and we had a camera, and everything was cool. Now it's like, nah, I'm good. Ain't big things like that we'll be doing inside. We're not gonna test our luck on that.
The revolution will not be televised.
Right. We'll keep that indoors. So there are some changes that have been made, and you don't really think about it. You don't really think about it until you sit down and go, "Oh yeah, I made that change," because you keep seeing what's going on. But yeah, when you make it, you just make it like, okay, yeah, this is the thing that makes the most sense. But when you think to why you're making that change, you're making that change because you go back to like back in 2001, 2002, 2003, when we were doing like full on gun battles in the park, we had a camera, we're doing, John Woo stuff in the park, to now it's like, I don't even want to pretend like I got a gun in public because things will go, things can go really bad. So it's just, we'll do something else. So
when I was young, I got pulled over. I got pulled over. It was nighttime, and the cop came to my window, and I rolled the window down. And all of a sudden, he steps back, takes 2 steps back really quick, and pulls his gun and trains it right at my face and says, "What's in your pocket?" I had a hairbrush sticking out of my jacket pocket out of the side. The handle of the hairbrush was sticking out. That's a brush. He said, "Using your left hand, reach down,
Oh,
pull it out
jeez.
slowly, out the window," and I am like shitting my pants. I'm like, oh my God, I am going to get shot over a brush.
Yeah, it's cops are real jumpy right now. And for me, it's actually kind of interesting because, I have, sometimes you have to have your 2 pieces of ID. And one of my pieces of ID is my gun card. So it's kind of like,
oh shit, yeah,
right. So they're kind of like,
hey, that's what happened. That's what happened to Philando Castro because he was required to inform the officer that he had a gun card and that his gun was in the glove compartment. He wasn't even on his person; he was just in the car, and the cop freaked out and fucking blew him away.
Right. And see, for me, it's always like, here's the information you need. And because in Chicago, unless you have you have to have 2 permits. You have to have your gun permit and your concealed carry, which I haven't, I haven't really done too much with the concealed carry, but my permit. So they'll ask you, do you have it, on you? It's like, no. But at the time, it's still like, it can get kind of tense because you don't know whether you're dealing with a normal cop or whether you're dealing with somebody that wants to be a lunatic that day. So it's you just try not to get in a situation where you have to interact.
I want to address the troll in the chat real quick. Sweet and sour pork. They wouldn't aim at your face. They'd aim center mass. If I am sitting in the driver's side of a car with the door closed, with the window down, and it's here, my face is center mass.
Right.
It doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure that out.
Yep.
If you're sitting in a car, all that's visible is here up.
Well, I mean, I hate to say anything that sounds even mildly supportive of sweet and sour pork, but like Philando Castillo got shot 4 times in the chest through the car window.
Yeah.
With a 4-year-old kid in the back seat.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, those cops don't give a fuck. All right. They don't give a fuck. And they will, and this is the thing about, I mean, I was so mad when Philando Castillo got shot. I can't even tell you. And like, I struggle. I made a video earlier today because I struggle with what the fuck can I do? I mean, I vote, I march. I don't feel that that's enough. And I feel like I've got to do something. People are fucking dying, man. And I don't want to live in a world where you're that unsafe that you can't walk down the street without necessarily risking your fucking life.
Yeah. Well, that's why
that's not okay. It's not okay with me. And let me finish.
Sure,
so I'm thinking to myself, what can I do? What can I personally do? And it's something I really struggle with because how can you change the mind of someone? This is what we really ultimately have to do. Like John F. Kennedy said in 1963 when he gave his civil rights address, he basically said, the real change has to happen at dinner tables all over America.
Mhm.
And I absolutely agree with that. But how do you encourage that to happen? I mean, because when you have violent reactions, I fully understand the passion and the violence. I fully understand it, but I don't agree with it because it doesn't get necessarily the desired results. It's always, sometimes it can, and that's the problem. That's the fucking problem. Because like we said earlier about Stonewall, that's a relevant example in the past sort of 50, 51 years, whatever. But I mean, you can look all around the world examples where riots or overzealous police brutality, like Johannesburg, the cops killed 400 people in one march, and that really turned shit around. The world's going, hey man, you can't just fucking blow 500 people away.
Yeah.
So even though 500 people had to die for that to happen, that put a huge break on the apartheid thing that was going on in the middle of the 80s, a huge break, and led eventually to a situation where Nelson Mandela could become free.
Right. I mean, basically, it was going to, like somebody like a Swordsage said earlier, though, it basically going to require that at some level, people that are on the right side of the issue suffer to some degree. You think about during Vietnam War and the students that went out there and they got beat by cops and Kent State happened and all this stuff. All that was needed to make it happen, and so it takes sometimes some really heavy stuff. And I think of a line always from it's a collaboration song by Onyx and Biohazard from the movie Judgment Night. And the line is, "If it takes the death of me to make history, the whole world will remember my misery."
That's a good.
Mm.
And you think about China. You think, for instance, you think about Tiananmen Square, and what's our enduring memory from that is Tank Man.
Yep.
The bravest thing I ever saw on television.
Brave, yeah. All these fucking guys out there with their guns and stuff. They're pussies compared to Tank Man. Tank Man was prepared to be run over by a fucking tank. Thankfully, he wasn't, but we all remember. And you know what? From that point on, the Chinese government did change. Now, there's not enough, but things did start to change. Unfortunately, they're regressing again, but things did change for the better because one person, and I know there's a lot of people who put themselves at risk and people got killed too, but we remember this one guy who says, I'm going to put my life in front of you and I'm going to dare you. You're going to either listen to me or you're going to run me down, but you will not forget me.
Right.
And that's really what it is. I mean, and believe me, obviously I understand because my ritual when I get in the car is I empty my pockets. I put my wallet in where there's no cigarette lighter in the cars anymore. So I put it in the little thing where the cigarette lighter used to go, little change thing. I put my keys in one of the cup holders. I got all my stuff. And then this way, the reason why is that if I get stopped, the cop doesn't have to see me reaching into my pocket to get my wallet. So as he walks up, I reach into the little thing, I take my wallet out and I flip it up. I put it on the dashboard so he can see that it's a wallet, it's not a weapon, and cards and licenses are visible. So if I have to reach for it, he sees what I'm grabbing for, and all my documentation is on the dashboard before he gets there. My hands are in a neutral position because that's what I have to do to not get killed. And it's fucking sucks because there's times. Every once in a while, you forget, even with the ritual, occasionally you forget you're in a rush and you don't quite do everything. And there's been times the cops behind me follow me. I'm like, fuck, my wallet's still in my pocket or my keys are still in my pocket. Because if they want you to throw your keys out, you better be prepared to do that shit quick. But that's the life. And you're right. And I'm really, really fucking tired of that. And especially when people who, obviously certainly not all white people, but the white people that say like, well, if you just listen to the cop, you've just complied. Why don't you just go along? Meanwhile, they don't want to go along with putting a mask on. But it's like if you had to go through this ritual, so just imagine every day when you get in your car, if you had to go through this ritual to prepare yourself for the eventuality where you get stuck, because we all get stuck, things happen. and or because it doesn't even have to be I'm speeding or my taillight's out. It could be simply the cop just wants to pull you over and he'll make up some bullshit excuse to pull you over. Like I've told the story. I'm not going to tell it again about when I got pulled over trying to find Zelda's place. Thankfully I was in, and this is nighttime in fucking Pennsylvania. So thankfully I had all my stuff arrayed and I was just, and I didn't move, and he's shining a light in my face and in my car, and I'm not moving because out here in the middle of nowhere, he will easily kill me, easily get away with it, and I will just be a and it really wears on you. You think about the psychology of that, and that's why I'm so incensed when people, when they think they're well intentioned and then they kind of make these excuses, or if they kind of put these extra restrictions. Like, come on, man, I'm already jumping through a lot of hoops, and now you're like, I haven't jumped through enough hoops that you never have to jump through. What the fuck? You wouldn't put up with the shit I have to put up with.
I admit,
right.
I used to be one of those white people that said if you just do what you're told, there wouldn't be an issue.
I was just about to say that.
Joe, technically, the song you referenced, it's from 1994, so that's a classic rock reference you made.
Classic rock 1994.
Well, all I know is all I know is it's in the song "Judgment Night" by Onyx and Biohazard. So they may have cribbed it from somewhere else,
but I used to be one of those people. If you just do what you're told, you wouldn't have a problem. But like Maya Angelou said, when you know better, you do better.
True.
I mean, having grown up, and yeah, I'm old. Having grown up in the Great White North, here in where I live, Joe.
I do.
This is redneck Trump country shit kicker cousin marrying section of New Jersey.
Jersey Tucky.
Jersey Tucky. Having grown up where I did, I didn't know too many people of any ethnicity that wasn't white. Very few.
Italians are ethnic up there.
Yeah, Italians. Yeah. So I mean, I didn't know. When you don't know, you don't know. And over the years, and having been in a relationship with a Puerto Rican, having to go through the whole coming out process that I've had to do. And living in different areas, living in Patterson. For those of you who don't know, Patterson is a very black, very urban, very inner city type city. It's the kind of place that has no hope. Having lived there for a while, and then being with Peach and facing the prospect of having a child, not knowing if they would be Caucasian looking or black looking, and having to really weigh these things. Yeah, I'm no longer one of those people that says that if you just follow orders. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Because you hear it all the time. You hear if they would just comply. Well, here's you see people complying, and they still get shot. So
I mean that's George Floyd in a nutshell. I mean, I saw the video that you posted a link to the video, Michael, on your channel the other day. That showed the bit before George Floyd was on the ground, that when they actually first apprehended him out of the car, he was calm. He had his hands handcuffed behind the back. This is something I don't see mentioned enough on the news. His hands were handcuffed behind his back, and he was on his front on the ground. At that point, you don't have to pin no motherfucker down. If you're on your face with your hands tied behind your back, you might be able to worm your way up, but you can't do it in a hurry, and you certainly cannot do it as a threat to any other person. So you just pinned down not just by the neck. You don't need to be pinned down in any way, shape, fashion, or form. You're down. That's it. It's done. You're arrested. It's over.
When he was against the building, they had to help him up.
Right.
Oh, and they
took him to the place they executed him. They took him to a place where there was more people watching and executed him in front of people. As far as I'm concerned, this is a fucking hit.
Yeah.
That's how
agree. No, I
They
see
told him
too.
to get up while they were also pinning him down at the same time. Get up, get up. You're on his neck.
Well, and that's the other thing that happens, and I've seen this a lot too in videos where what they do is they'll be and I was watching this one video where somebody was breaking down a video where somebody got shot. And they were literally one officer telling the person to get on the ground, the other person telling him to put his hands stand up, he put his hands in the air. So he literally, if he's either listening to one or listening to the other, but he can't listen to both. And so basically, they're like, he didn't comply. With who? With who? He literally could not comply with you both because you gave him,
different things. Yeah.
It's. And basically the thing where it comes down to is that this idea that we're inherently dangerous, we're inherently scary, and that's really what it comes down to, especially, and I don't even get it as bad since I'm lighter.
I told you, you don't look black, you look Mexican.
That's what a lot of people think.
Yeah, I would say that too.
Here's the thing, though. Bigots always get it right. I've never had a bigot. Bigots always get it right. I've never had a bigot use an anti-Latin epithet against me. They've always gotten the right ones. They've always seemed to figure it out somehow.
They're the ones most concerned with race. They're the ones most concerned with it, so they'll get it.
Yeah.
That's why when I always laugh sometimes. I've had a lot of people, like white liberal friends, ask me what I consider myself. Do I consider myself white or black? And I'm like, that's the dumbest motherfucking question I've ever heard. Because ultimately, it doesn't matter what I consider myself. I'm in America, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. I technically speaking, I've said this before. I got the DNA to prove it. I'm actually 55% European and 45% African. It does me no good whatsoever. It doesn't buy me a fucking thing. So it's kind of silly. So and that's the funny thing, because I grew up in a white household in a white neighborhood. The black neighborhood was wherever I showed up. So and I was raised by my white grandparents, and to think we're all equal and everyone's fair and all this kind of stuff. And it wasn't, so that's the thing, it wasn't like I had people telling me and feeding my mind, because I've had people try to tell me that, you've just been fed this thing. No, I was told the opposite. I was told the bullshit lie you're trying to tell me, and life kicked that out of my head, because I was like, oh, wait a second, I'm not getting treated the same, but aren't we the same? Oh, no, we're not. And that's why every time I get somebody, the whole, I'm colorblind, I don't see race. Well, then you're a fucking idiot then, because you're more.
I was that guy too. It's the truth. My mom, she's come a long, long way. But I grew up hearing all kinds of the craziest racist stuff, and I always knew it was wrong. But I had convinced myself that I don't see race. I don't see race. Number one, it isn't true. No matter they say it, but they know they do. It just isn't true.
Right.
It's a bullshit lie they tell themselves to try to convince themselves so they can convince somebody else that they're the good guy.
Right.
It's like saying if someone's 6'10" and you don't notice they're tall. It's the same thing.
Right.
So I mean, I was that guy. But again, I mean, you going through life and meeting different people and everything else. It's just like, okay, well, now I've learned why it's a lie, why it's bullshit, and why I'm really only bullshitting myself.
Yep.
So I kind of
just so you know, Chicago just went under curfew.
Oh,
Denver too.
Oh, shit.
wow.
Philadelphia also.
Yeah, no, not burning.
Wow.
The 2 or 3 black people in this town, they're
all in your house.
I wanted to address, like Phoenix Writer said, white and black marriages aren't a big deal in Alabama. That's not the issue. Like, black and white marriages, mixed race marriages, whatever the ethnicities of the people, aren't a big deal anywhere anymore. So that's not really the issue. The issue is the children. and how those children are treated in society,
Yes.
especially police and especially boys, which is why I was concerned when Peach was pregnant with Damon, and I'm a little concerned now with the next one due in September, but not nearly as concerned. Most likely he'll look like Damon, but like I was concerned being a white dude, how I would raise a black son. I'm not black. I don't know shit about being black. I don't know. And any advice I give that kid would be wrong, probably. Um, I have no past to pull from. The closest thing that I could come to as far as like life experience would be being LGBT. Um, it's close. It's not the same. um, so you know, so that's the thing that people that are in um, marriages of mixed race or in relationships, that's the concern is the children more so than themselves.
Yeah.
What happens if my kid gets pulled over? Is he going to know what to say?
Right. Well, so I'll tell you this much though, Rob, and everything you said is completely true. You are starting off in a better position than like my grandparents were. You know, and that's the thing with my grandfather, because you know he's a step grandfather, so I was not even his blood. So my grandfather, when I was in my teen years, I guess, my grandfather told me that when I was first born, he was completely against, you know, blacks and whites mixing. He's from Maine. Maine's like one of the whitest, you know, I think, you know, like printer paper isn't even as white as Maine is. Okay. So he, you know, for them, foreigners are like, you know, Canadians. That's, you know, but so he wouldn't even look at me. He was so incensed. And again, in my case, my mother, it wasn't even totally voluntary. We'll get into some other stories. But anyway, so at one point he said he was standing there, and my grandmother was like, "Hey, this is my grandchild. I don't give a fuck. You know, she's loving me." And he was looking at me and fuming, just, you know, incensed. And then something inside of him clicked, and he was like, "Who the hell are you, old man? Whatever you think about this coming together to produce this mixed race baby, the baby had nothing to do with it." And so my existence actually changed my grandfather, because, you know, he had to see things different. You know, he had to start looking at things differently, and he ended up raising me and doing very well by me. But even there, he didn't know really how. He did his best. But again, he came from lily white Maine. He didn't know anything about it. So they never had the ability. I really didn't know what it really entirely meant to be black when I was a kid, and except for the negative, because all I ever got was people threatening to beat the shit out of me on a constant basis and getting biased by the teachers against me and all this kind of stuff. So I had to figure all that shit out on my own. You have Peach that helps. Two, you're aware in ways that my grandparents never were, and you have access to things that they never had. So I would say it's going to be difficult, and you're going to make mistakes, but you're starting off from a much better place.
Judging by, and like, you know, the second, because it's, by the way, for those who didn't know, Peach is expecting in September a boy, so we're having another son.
Congrats.
His name will be Kai. So it's kind of weird to say that his name is Kai since he's not really here yet, but you know, whatever. But anyway, so what Kai will look like, we don't know. We assume he'll look like Damon. Damon, other than the curly hair, he's pretty white. He's pretty white. So, you know, when he was born, I'm not going to lie, I said, because that's a lot of work off my shoulders. You know, a lot of stuff. And I mean, that doesn't mean I'm off the hook completely. I mean, we all have a certain amount of responsibility. So, you know, but yeah, the hard work, the heavy work, I don't, it looks as though I don't have to worry. So.
Well, see, here's the other thing about that. There was a few years back, there was a white woman who was raising a mixed race child, and she was basically saying, "Hey, this is hard. Like I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out." And she wasn't saying that she didn't love her child. She wasn't saying she wasn't going to do it or whatever. She was just saying, "Man, it's putting me in uncomfortable places, and I'm having to learn a lot, and it's hard." And so a bunch of like middle class white women with no children were like, dishing on her, and I was like, "Excuse me, but you should shut the fuck up because you have no idea what she's going through, what she's in for." So instead of being woke and all your happy horse shit, recognize that she's putting up with challenges that you don't face and you will never face. So believe me, I totally get what you're saying, Rob, and I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, everybody wants the easiest life for their kids. You want your children to have the path of least resistance. In America today, especially for boys, the last thing you want your kids saddled with is something they have zero control over that people are going to give them shit for. And in some areas of the country, can get them shot.
Yeah.
You don't want. I mean,
and especially where you live, Rob, because black people are so rare, and it is so right wing, and it is so racist. And that's why I had you guys know. I know some of you guys know Rational Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I actually got to see him on my visit in October. I got to hang out in his house.
Tombstone to Dead Man. That's his professional name.
That's him. So one of the things we talked about, and as a video I never made, but is that how, depending on your circumstance, how you even come by, how you experience racism changes. Because like in his case, he grew up in Black Baltimore, so he faced the institutional, systemic racist stuff. I didn't see so much of that because I went to white schools and white neighborhoods. So so we had, it was a safe neighborhood, and we had good schools and all that shit. We had material things. I had the getting called nigger on a regular basis, and 10 kids threatening to beat me up because because they could get away with it. Whereas he didn't have that. So we both experienced racism, but we had it from a different angle. Because I was originally gonna make the video in response to Peach, because Peach had made a video basically saying how for her, she was taking issue with something Halle Berry said about the 1 drop rule, and she got kind of irritated, and I get it because
I remember that video.
That was a dumb thing that Halle Berry said, but I also understand how Halle Berry, because Halle Berry's around our age, and Peach is like 10, 12 years younger than me, and so what I wanted to say to Peach was that, see, you're growing up in a better world than the one that Hallie and I did. So I like the world. I like the vision you have better. That's a better world to be in. So I'm not saying you're wrong for how it should be, but we grew up in a world that wasn't that, where identity was paramount. And like the whole thing of me, like, what do I identify as black? Like that was thrust. That wasn't a choice for me to make. That was thrust upon me by both whites and blacks, by the way, because in your early 70s, if you were a mixed race child, you didn't necessarily get it good from the black people either. So, because there was a lot of resentment. So my thing to her was that, look, there's things have changed and things have gotten better, but there's still, we're kind of dinosaurs, and we're kind of, so that the black experience really changes from where you were. She did face some, but she grew up in a slightly different world than I did, because it's, 10, 12 years makes a big difference. So yeah, actually, I guess I don't know if you guys know Honest Discussioner. I guess he had posted that Philadelphia under mandatory curfew, protesters clashed with police near City Hall, and it looks like there was a car on fire in the middle of the street.
Oh wow!
A lot of cars on fire in cities these days.
I have a funny story about cars on fire. Went to see Guar at City Gardens in like Camden area, Trenton area. Really shitty neighborhood. We're driving down the street, and it's a very ethnic neighborhood, we'll say. And we're almost near the venue, and we drove past a car that was on fire, and nobody was paying any attention to it. Like, it wasn't even like, if that had happened in my hometown, people would be like, "Oh my God, a car's on fire." it was just like, yeah, that's just, it's Tuesday, right? This shit just happens, you know. And the fire department wasn't coming, the police weren't coming, the car just fucking burning out, whatever. That's just, you know. And so that's something I never had to grow up with. Like, you know, that was a little jarring for me even.
Sorry, guys, I'm winding down a bit here. It's almost 3:30 in the morning here, so I think I'm going to have to wind the show back around to the beginning, like we try to do, because at the end of the day, what's going on right now? Like you're seeing these curfews coming over your telephones and everything like that. So we're in the middle of. Sorry, Michael. I know. Yeah, if I can play a small violin, right? But we're in the middle of like literally a massive upheaval happening right now while we're talking right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we're 6 months away from an election in the middle of a pandemic. The president is actively calling people to arms. Yeah. This is where we are in America right now, or how it seems to where I'm perched anyways. And I have to wonder, where are we going? How are you guys navigating your lives with all this shit going around? I mean, I know we're locked down to a pretty large degree, but at the same time, we've all got to come out of the hole eventually. And I don't know what world we're going to find when we come out. You know?
This is like Swordsage said earlier. I got a little kid. If we didn't have Damon and we didn't have another on the way, Peach and I would most likely be in DC right now.
Right.
I have in my core, I have this desire to get out on the street, and I have to fight it constantly. I can't. As much as I want to, I can't. So I'm barbecuing a lot.
Well, I can. When I land on the other side, I have to do something. I cannot sit on my hands and bitch on the internet and vote for every other year and march every once in a while. I got to do more than marching. I was going to say earlier, I got off track and I was talking about being pissed off about Philando Castile. So I almost got in a fight when I was working back in construction, when that was brand new, when that happened. I almost got in a fight at work because, I work with some decent guys when I was working in construction, but a lot of those guys are quite xenophobic and some of them are also pretty damn racist. I hate to say it, but it's just true. And I'm the kind of person, generally speaking, someone might slip a racist joke past me if I think they might have just been joking and it was really harmless. But if you actually say something that's overtly stupid and dumbass racist bullshit, unless I think my life is in danger, I'm going to say some shit. I don't care if I'm on the tube, I don't care if I'm on the train, and I don't care if I'm at work and I've known you for 4 fucking years. I'm going to tell you you're being a dumb racist if you say dumb racist shit. That's what I'm going to do. And I think that's the only thing I can do, because I think what's happened in the world is we've allowed too much space for racists to say their stupid racist bullshit in public. We've given them that space in the name of free speech. And I believe they've got the right to have these opinions, but keep it in your fucking home. Don't keep it around me. You're going to say this is stupid racist bullshit, I'm going to give you a piece of my fucking mind. And I'm sorry. And I almost got up at work because Philando Castile had just got shot. And this guy, Joe, at work was saying to me about how, he must have done something or the cop wouldn't have shot him. Now, my friend Desmond, who's from Nigeria, was sitting between me and Joe. And I'm watching him with his back to Joe, but I could see his face. And he's sitting there going, it's not worth my effort. So he's keeping his mouth shut because it's to him, he's had the argument probably fuck knows how many times by the time he's got to be 45 years old, right? He doesn't need that argument anymore, right? But I'm having the fucking argument because you can't say that stupid fucking bullshit in front of me. I don't care what. It's just no. He's saying he had to do something, blah, 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 blah. I'm saying, motherfucker, he cooperated with the police. You don't understand what's going on in America right now. And this, and quite frankly, he doesn't. I mean, he's British. He's never been to America. He's got no fucking clue what goes on when it comes to the attitude about people with their guns and police in America. He's got no idea. His idea comes from Hollywood, all right? So I got no respect for it anyway on that level. But more at a more basic human fundamental level, this idea that no, he must have done something wrong. We have to trust the authorities. And I'm like, well, that could happen to you. There's the same power differential. This is when I saw George Floyd get murdered on Monday or whatever. And I couldn't help but think, well, that could be me, because it doesn't matter that I'm not black. What matters is a power differential between me and a cop that the cop fucking knows. The cop fucking knows. If the cop wants to do what he did to fucking George Floyd, if he wants to do that to me, it ain't gonna stop him because I'm white. It ain't. Right. I don't feel safe because I'm white. So this fucking idea that it just pisses me off. I've seen so many fucking comments on the internet, people going, oh, well, white privilege will protect you.
For generations.
Frankly, I don't want white privilege to protect me anyway. I want my black brothers and sisters to be fucking safe. That's what I fucking want.
Amen.
For generations, I don't know about anywhere else in the world, but I know in the U.S., for generations, we have been taught by our parents and their parents and polite society and everything else that you don't talk about politics and religion.
Religion, yep.
And the problem with that is we've now forgotten how to talk about politics and religion.
That's true. Yeah, it's true.
So people with any half-baked idea think they're having a political conversation, and they're not. They're not. Yeah. Just because they have an opinion, they think it's worth or worthy of being defended as a political idea when it's just bigotry wrapped in something else.
Yeah. Well, I know I said this last week, I think, on the Breakfast Club, but I mean, my attitude is racism is always wrong. It doesn't get a fucking political party. It doesn't get there's no side to fucking be on. Every human being, no matter what your fucking race is, can have racism directed at them from one group or another. Depending on where you are in the world, racism exists to different degrees everywhere. You know what I mean? It's not an American problem.
But in general, overall, we just, as a society, we don't know. As a society, obviously as individuals, many of us can, but as a society, we don't know how to discuss these things.
Right.
Because we've been told for years and years and years and years and years that we shouldn't discuss these things.
Yeah.
Paul, I get you, but when you get to Colorado, I'm going to drive up and get you, and we're going to go down to the Capitol, and we're going to march with all of the good movements, right? But when that SWAT team comes, I got to tell you, we're white guys with cameras. We're not rioters.
Right. Damn right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
every advantage you can get.
Oh yeah. And to be honest with you, and to be quite honest, I would say as one of the black people on the panel, that's probably the best thing you can do for us, because I heard a bunch of people say, well, why didn't they stop the cops? I'm like, because they would be dead now too.
Right.
So
we wouldn't know what happened.
And we wouldn't know, right? And we wouldn't know what happened. So basically, they couldn't save him, but they could save people like him potentially. And that was literally the best thing to do. So yeah, that's right now to me, that's like one of the best allyship you can do is, one, confront bullshit racists when you see them, and two, if you can't intervene in a way that doesn't get you killed too, then make sure it's documented, and that because there's a white voice that people will listen to, because they're not going to listen to me. They're just not going, and they're not going to listen to Nathan at all. But
that's exactly what I want to change, Joe. I don't think that there's any excuse for why they don't listen to you.
Oh, I don't
think there's any excuse for it whatsoever, and I won't tolerate it when someone, I mean, I understand that you accept that that's just your reality that you can't help. I get it. I want to make that not your reality, Joe. I want to do what I can do to make that not the reality. I want to live, I know I'm like overly idealistic and shit, but I mean, Gandhi said it, you got to be the change you want to see in the world. I believe to the core of my being in love, peace, and understanding. And I believe that the only way that you can activate that is by going out and living that life. Yeah. When you see people being shit to each other, yeah, I walk up to people and go, why do you want to live in this world? Why do you want to be like that? You don't have to be yelling at this guy. You don't have. You can down a bit. You know what I mean?
And that's why I love you, Paul, because you try you have great values and great ideals, and you do your best to try to live up to them. And I can't ask for more than that. It's just for me, it's literally like I've always been somewhat of an more of an optimistic person than pessimistic. But as I get older, I realize that, because again, all difference to Kate. I also know from a practical standpoint, there's a certain limit to how much we can get done in a given unit of time. And people's tolerance, people's ability to handle change is only so much. So I will thank everybody who tries. I do not have as optimistic as I am in the long term. I am not optimistic that in my lifetime that will not that it won't change at all, but it's not going to change to the point where you and I will have maybe the equal peril from the police, or from people. So all I can do is try to keep the people around me as safe as I can, look out for my friends and family. And here's the other thing too, and part of, and this is the reason why for me Black Lives Matter is so important, because there was a guy who used to work for me. I had to let him go because he just wasn't working out. He wasn't pulling his weight, but he was a good guy. He was a conservative guy, but he wasn't rabid. And I helped disabuse him of a lot of attitudes, because he came from that kind of mindset. And one of my nephews was killed back in October, November. And the police did nothing for over 4 months. They eventually did catch the guy, but the thing is, it's not like the guy was hard to find. He was literally posting shit to Instagram with geotags and taking pictures. So, because somebody made a memorial to my nephew, and he pissed on it and took video of it and posted it to fucking Instagram. So they knew to the foot where this motherfucker was, and he kept posting stuff like this. And if they really gave a shit, he would have been in the clink within days. And it took months before anyone even bothered, because the police don't give a shit about another dead black man, especially killed. That's why I get so incensed by the whole black on black crime. My nephew wasn't a gangbanger. He worked at Philadelphia airport, pump.
It shouldn't matter if he was a gangbanger. Everybody's got a right to life. If you ain't, there ain't no excuse for wiping someone out. There just isn't.
Right.
There's just simple as that. There's no excuse.
But I mean, even all the bullshit excuses don't work in his case. But yet to these people that like to make the excuses, so he's just another black on black crime excuse, and then they don't even know that he was, he was a person, and he was a productive member of society, and he's wiped out. I got to interject. Now, we all have a member of our audience who is infamous, and that is Curious. And Curious brings up the concept of black on black crime regularly in video comments over the years. And here's something that I've always wanted to ask, not just Curious, but you guys in general, because I've been gone a long time, and I think this whole concept of black on black crime is taking on a meaning while I've been gone that maybe it didn't have when I walked away in 1989. But what's the fucking difference who's killing who? Why does it matter in any way? Even statistically, why does it matter? But more to the point, people are dying. You're going to have good people and bad people amongst any population. I'm sure more Chinese people kill Chinese people than white people kill Chinese people.
I'll tell you why.
You know what? I'm just pretty sure it's because you tend to kill people you know. I think like 70 or 80% of murders are done by people who know the victim. So it's only logical that you're killing people in your own community, generally speaking. Right. I don't understand.
Okay. Well, let me enlighten you. This is what I believe is the whole point of bringing it up. If you say black on black crime is like 80% or whatever it is, what you're really saying is black people are savages.
Right.
That's it. That's it. And it's the only purpose it serves.
It doesn't serve the purpose of saying, hey, it's not our problem because it's all them doing that over there.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. It's black people can't be controlled. They're lawless. They even kill their own.
That's pure racism then.
Yes.
Pure racism.
Exactly. So basically,
black on black crime, they're no longer worth speaking to because they're racist.
All right. They're literally saying that so they're basically trying to say is black people don't even care about one another, so why should I give a fuck about their
Right.
lives? That their lives are meaningless, and they should. And here's the funny part, because again, these people tend to be right wing and very anti-government, anti-state, so they would go apoplectic, and we know they do over Ruby Ridge and Waco and all this horse shit. Because they say that, oh well, the agents of the state are coming to kill you, but to basically say it's okay for agents of the state to kill black people because black people don't even care about life. They have no regard for life, and so of course, so they're saying, so even so me, I'm a business owner, I'm a job creator, I've never been in jail, I never got I only got one speeding ticket in my whole life, but somehow if some cop blows me away because he didn't like my face, that it doesn't matter because some dude in Philadelphia or Chicago, they love to bring up fucking Chicago, some black dude in Chicago killed another black dude in Chicago, so therefore whatever agents of the state do to me is irrelevant. It's straight up horseshit racism, and that's the thing, is 85% of white people are killed by white people, just as you predicted. It's the same shit.
Yeah, thank you.
No one ever says white on white crime.
Joe, I was about to defend us white guys and our ability to kill other white people. It's just that right now we're in a pandemic and all the schools are closed.
Right.
As soon as we come back, look out.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, and Rob's right. When someone goes down that route, just block them, walk away from them. Because especially, or if they say they'll say what about Chicago? That's the latest thing, which always makes me laugh because one, it's disgusting, but also it makes me laugh because Chicago does not have the highest murder rate in the country.
Thank you. My God.
It's of any population center of 100,000 or more, it's 30th on the list. 30th, and most of the highest ones are in fucking hillbilly red states because guys.
Yeah. Detroit gets blamed too. Detroit gets blamed as well.
because angry white dudes kill other angry white dudes with guns over bullshit.
Yeah.
Nathan, you look like you're about to cry, man.
You said that.
He's like, no one's ever said that before.
The only reason, I used to, the FBI comes out with the list of cities with the highest crime rate.
Yes.
And when the whole Chicago thing started, there was a lot going on here in Chicago. And then at one point, Chicago it was like whenever you talked about violence, you talked about Chicago. And then you looked at the list of like where all the crime was, all the violent crime. Chicago's like way down, like in the middle somewhere. New York and LA, they were up there.
New York's way down.
You had places. I think like LA is like the big one now, right? Where it's like all kinds of stuff going on, and you're sitting there like, how is Chicago the most violent place? Well, one person thinks it's the most violent place because a certain president is from here, but other than that, there's nothing that says Chicago's the most violent place. I live here. I go all over the city. I'm not afraid of the city. I know that there's places where I shouldn't go because they wild out. I know that. I don't go there. Everywhere else is open. So you go, you do your thing, you take care of your business, you go back home, no problem. But this idea that Chicago is, I had a friend, and this is hilarious. I had a friend, and it's sadly hilarious, but a friend who one of her friends wanted to come here to see the violent, see how violent Chicago is. And she was like, so where should I take her? I'm like, what? What do you mean where should you take her? You like, I don't go to those places. If you tell me that place is like near, I go in the other direction. The hell do you think is going to happen when you go there?
I can identify with the Detroit situation. It's the same thing here. We've always had people pick on Detroit because they say, "Oh, you're going to get murdered. You're going to kill." It's like you said, it was Chicago. If you know where to go, like I do, and if you know where to go, you know to safe places. You just go into the downtown area, you're fine. You go out a little outside the periphery, and there are some nasty ghetto areas there. Yeah, no way.
It's not even that bad here because a lot of those places where all the bad stuff went on a lot of those places have been torn down. Like if you look at the projects and stuff like that, those places are pretty much gone. So you have some bad areas, but then and I'll say this much for putting money into an area. You got a lot of people putting money into areas now. A lot of those areas are going up, financially. So people are they're not anxious to have all this crime around that area, and they putting millions of dollars in there. The police station, like I remember when you have like a police station nearby. If you have a police station nearby, that's because money is coming into your area. And all the people that used to walk around and act a fool, the cops used to cruise. They would just cruise down the street and they would see those people. They would think like those people would be like, oh, okay, well, we'll just wait till the cops leave. It's like, no, it's not like that no more. We're coming back around. You need to not be there when we come back around.
Right.
So you have this thing where there's a benefit to having police around if the police are going to do the job properly.
Right.
And that's what people want. They want the police to do the job properly, because when you have that area that's high crime, you do want cops there. But if the cops are coming after everyone, well, that's just another gang that just moved into the neighborhood. So they're not helpful. If you're chasing the gangs out, that's fine. If you're going to be another gang, well, we don't, what benefit are you to that neighborhood?
Right.
So, it's crazy.
And that's why community policing is so important, because now you have people invested in the community that are a part of the community and not invaders in the community. And that's the reason too, when they do this, so what about Chicago shit? Because I've actually heard people say, well, I never see black people, marching about, the violence done in their own community. And I'm like, I can go to Google within seconds. I can pull 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 marches. And I started, there's one guy, because I just had it with these fucking people. And one day someone said that shit to me, and within minutes, and I'm just like, here's one, and here's one, and here's one, and here's one. Like literally, like every few months, there's a march against violence. So like, okay, so even structurally, your argument is completely falsifiable and horseshit, because here's black people saying, hey, stop the violence, stop the violence, stop the violence. So fuck you, you're full of shit. But it's the what was I gonna say? Well, here's one thing that also got me too, because then they also try to say that in liberal areas that we're so permissible that we let violence go crazy. So I went and looked, and from the point where Texas did their open carry shit back in the 90s, crime went up. And I compared across the board to New Jersey. Now, New Jersey's got the toughest gun laws in the country, bar none. You need like two permission slips and a DNA sample and a letter from your mom to get a fucking gun here. And New Jersey had lower on a per capita basis. New Jersey was lower across the board. Robbery, rape, murder, arson, every violent crime statistic, New Jersey had lower rates for like 2 decades, lower in every fucking category.
And we have Camden, Jersey City, Newark, Patterson,
and Trenton. So, and then some people are trying to say, oh, well, it's because of drug gangs. I'm like, okay, you come here and let me take you to Patterson, and then let me talk to me about whether or not we have drug gangs here, okay? So I don't want to hear your bullshit.
Again, anybody not familiar with New Jersey, Patterson is not a small city, not a big city, maybe a medium-sized, even like in geographics, is a medium-sized city, and it's a very, very old city. It was founded by Alexander Hamilton, founded the city of Patterson. It's a very old, very industrial. It used to be the silk capital of the world. Was Patterson, New Jersey. It is today. The entire city is basically inner city. There is no nice area of Patterson.
Right.
It's completely inner city. It is ugly, dirty, urban, no jobs, a lot of homeless people, lots and lots of drugs, lots and lots of drug gangs. It's a lot of violence. It's an ugly, ugly city, one that most people never heard of. It's and I lived there for 6 years. It's an absolutely terrible city. Terrible. Anyway, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, and Patterson. I was just looking at Patterson. The population of Patterson is around 146,000. So which hasn't, and that's not even it's not one of the biggest. It's not the biggest town in the state. There's a lot of. That's why I laugh at. There's whole states that have a whole population of 500,000, and Patterson's like 20% of the population in some states. The nicest areas in Patterson are the industrial zones, which tells you what kind of place Patterson is. But even there, Patterson. So this idea that Texas has all these drug gangs and we don't have drug cartels. I'm like, yeah, we have the Latin gangs and the black gangs and the Italian gangs and the Russian gangs and the Hispanic and the Japanese gangs and the Chinese gangs, So yeah, we got all of that, and we still have less crime than you do, and we don't have any guns.
Patterson is run by the Bloods, the Crips, and the Latin Kings.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I get so frustrated because it's all the bullshit arguments. Of course it's all bullshit, but I mean, it's just it's the ones that are so easy to refute. But again, it's the whole what about Chicago or black on black crime? It's literally a way to dehumanize black people so that you can excuse stuff that you would never accept happening to white people. And that's actually the thing. Nathan made the point there before. Paul, you said about it happening to other people. White people for the most part, don't believe it can happen to them. And the thing is, it doesn't happen as often, but it can happen. The thing is that there's more likely to be accountability. Like one of my favorite things, I love to see these. People will show some poor white dude. When I say poor, I don't mean financially poor. Just some unfortunate white dude who was murdered by some black thugs. And well, where's the marches for this guy? And I'm looking at him like, okay, well, they committed crimes against him. They were arrested almost immediately. They were charged and convicted, sentenced to jail. So there was accountability and justice. That's all we're looking for, man. We're not, it's not a matter. It's literally not, okay, white guy hurt black guy, so therefore we hate white guys. No, it's white guy hurt black guy, and then nothing
happened.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, I mean that's happened over and over again. It's more times than I can count. But for me, the most egregious one in recent years was Philandro, because I mean he was literally cooperating. He warned the cop, okay, I'm going to get my wallet now, which the cop just asked him to do, and he said, okay, I'm going to reach into my back pocket and get my wallet out, and then he got shot doing what he said he was going to do, doing what he was asked to do. And then you got Botham Jean, who gets shot in his bed, and then Breonna Taylor last week is shot in her bed, and I'm thinking to myself, to me, this is more sinister. I can't help it. I know I make constellations out of stars. I know I do. I know I do. But I can't help it. There's so many of these things, which to me, I can't help but wonder if there's like a secret society amongst police forces all around America where they literally move up a rank when they kill someone.
I think, I mean, I could be completely wrong.
That's not completely off base, Paul. That's not completely off base, actually.
Yeah. I think Philandro Castile, I don't think that was a malicious killing. I don't. I don't. I think it was based on race, but I don't think it was like malicious. I think he was scared. I think that cop shit a brick. He lost his cool. He panicked.
It's still true, probably. It's still probably true. The reason he lost his shit was because he was more scared because Philandro was black.
Right.
That's true. I wish it wasn't true, but that's probably true.
Right. Well, it's still racist. Yes.
Absolutely. And I agree with that, Rob. And that's part of the thing that to me is the most distressing. It's not, that things happen, because even in the best society, there will be mistakes, accidents, whatever. But it's that white people as a group, collectively, are so fucking afraid of black people that literally the reason why I forget the name of the woman's name that got killed in her bed, 2 weeks ago, whatever. But literally because instead of they're trying to execute a warrant, why they didn't go, supposedly they knocked. Of course, it's 4:00 in the fucking morning. And so instead of going at 8 a.m., dinner time, sometimes people are home and saying, hey, we have a warrant for so-and-so. And 2 cops or 4 cops, they had a tactical team. So you don't bring they literally were showed up for a hostage situation from the get-go.
Right. And they were plain clothes.
Yeah. Why is there a tactical team And why are there plainclothes cops at 4 o'clock? And why is there tactical people there at all to serve a warrant? They had a battering ram. That was the thing. They used the battering ram to open the fucking door. Why is this necessary?
It's not. You know, this is the thing. It's the same thing as I feel the same way when we have like mass shootings, like the guy in Las Vegas, for example, and people say why? Well, there is no why. The motherfucker was deadly, and that's the why. There's no why. There's no reason for something unreasonable. When someone does something that is wrong, there's not always a reason for it other than they're bad. I hate to boil it down to that level. But I have a hard time personally accepting that some people are inherently bad, because I want to believe. I want to believe with all my soul that everybody has goodness in them. I really want to believe that about everyone. I really want to believe that. I know life proves me wrong way too often.
Well, you know, there's a lot of sociopaths in power right now, and
especially now.
Not a lot that you can do about it, because the sociopath is charming many times. You know, you get charmed by them. A lot of people love them, and that's part of what they do. Is that's why they can get away with so much, is the charm. They charm people. They make people, you know, even if you don't like them, you want to like them. You know, you wish this person was better. You wish that they were different, so you could like them. And then there's some people who just say, no, I just like this person and it doesn't matter what it is. But, you know, if that person's in power, they can do whatever they want and they don't feel anything.
I saw a graphic from Fox News today. The Fox News viewers, 53% of them said they think Trump has abused his fat power. 48% of them said that he's fucked up the pandemic. I mean, this is the Fox viewers we're talking about. You know what I mean? So it's like he's not even fooling his own people, but still somehow that charm that you're talking about, or that I don't personally call it charm, is guile, if you ask me. He's got so much guile and so much false bravado that he basically he dares you to fucking challenge him in public. Like when he said that injecting the disinfectant thing, he looked right over at that Dr. Burks lady and was literally daring her to get up and walk out.
Right.
She was too much of a weakling to do it. Anybody with any integrity in her position would have stormed out of the fucking room and tried to make the point. You know, I'm really disappointed with the people around Trump at the moment. I can't believe that the people around Trump at the moment let him get away with the shit he's getting away with. It just goes to show
people with integrity.
The emperor has no clothes, and it's just true, huh?
Yeah.
Too many people with integrity have walked out, and it hasn't changed anything. All over the government, people have resigned because
I know that's true,
and it's hollowed out the federal government.
Right.
There are no adults left in the room because they all left on principle. And while I agree with them, and you know, but it's left a big gaping hole. So now there's nobody to check anything.
Right, and see that's the thing. I mean, basically, it comes right down to him. Even the people who accept that he's fucked things up, they identify with him because again, he normalizes all their biases, all their fears, most likely. And that's why I said the reason why I'll tell you there is a reason why that it's, you know, quote unquote necessary to have a battering ram and a tactical team, because white society is afraid and. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen because it wouldn't be allowed. Because again, they wouldn't. If this was happening as prevalent against white people as it had against black people, it wouldn't happen because all these fucking guys with guns would actually start shooting people. So it happens because basically it makes them feel safer, makes them feel justified that all these. So this way, it's okay to go in there with a tactical team when literally all you had to do was say, "I got a warrant for your arrest." You know, and all that. And so instead they like the idea of military because also, you know, it's cool. We our society glorifies bravado and violence and shooting from the hip and none of this thinking shit and planning shit. Just fucking do. And that's where Trump, because again, he doesn't think about anything. He just fucking does stuff. And people on this weird plane respect that because we've been indoctrinated to think we got too much turned on by the anti-hero that, you know, the people following the rules. They're just fucking it up and they're getting in the way. And we really need somebody who just does the right thing.
We've allowed ourselves to think that police are trained at Police Academy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the movies. You know, I mean, like, I mean, we need to have a conversation about how police are trained. You know, we just have all these assumptions about training. How much do you actually know about what? I know the training for some places is what, 2 weeks or some shit like that. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
It took me that long. It took me that long to learn how to be a body piercer, and I think being a cop has got to be more complicated.
I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, because I have my cousin's husband. He actually trained to be a cop, and I think it was like maybe like a couple weeks to a month or something like that. So this is gonna make me engage in the conversation about what he's going through right now too. So I want to just find out from that point of view, you know. And as somebody, you know, and just hearing just this whole conversation. I mean, when I grew up, I mean, my grandparents lived in like one of the areas of Detroit that was not one of the best, but they were like the only white couple that kind of lasted, because the mayor that we had at the time, Cohen Young, who let the city just go to shit and hell in a handbasket. They had neighbors around them that's how I knew about diversity. I went to my grandparents' house, I met the neighbors, I hung out with the kids. You know, it's no big deal. Right now I got a lot, you know, neighbors around me, black neighbors will see each other, say hello to whatever. And so this is like, it's like, it drives me nuts. It really drives me nuts.
A lot of police departments around the country, they recruit a personality type.
Right.
Yes.
Something that's an issue. When you tell somebody, you know, you know, hey, that guy, he's like a cop type. Everybody knows what you mean. We all know that guy,
right.
You know.
Sure.
I mean, in Jersey, they have a pretty specific haircut and the way that they walk and talk. So, you know, a Jersey cop type guy, we all know who that is. So that's an issue.
Yeah.
It's an issue.
Yeah.
Well, hell, when even back in the early '90s, one of my I won't say my friend's name, but because I don't want to. But anyways, his father's still in the force, I think. There's this cop in Newark, and he used to tell me about all the shady shit that was going on. It was literally like I think Angel said it earlier, that like if you say anything about the shady shit going on, you'll either be forced out or worse, they'll actually hurt you. So basically, he's one of the guys like, okay, I see it's going on, I'm not going to participate, and I'll do what I can. You know, I'll put roadblocks in, and I'll do my best to counter it by being the good guy. But and I know what you're going to say, Claude, because look, if you allow evil shit to happen, you're not really the good guy. You really
What I was going to say was I was going to draw a direct analogy to what you're just describing. I mean, that basically is the cops behaving in exactly gang behavior.
Right.
That is gang behavior. That is literally definitional gang behavior.
Yeah.
You know, don't snitch. We've all got each other's back. You know, no matter what I do, don't snitch.
Yeah.
You know, and even in that movie Black Klansman, which for my money was the best movie to come out in 2018, I thought it was amazing. I don't know if you saw it, but when you watch that movie, the end of the movie, you'll leave fucking chills go down your back. Right, fucking great movie. But in the movie, right at the end, and this is what a lot of people got pissed off about at Spike Lee, actually, because at the movie, the guys are basically saying, "Hey, you know, yeah, we're still police, and we still got to look out for each other, and blah blah blah," even though we had to break the rules a little bit to do what we did, you know. Right. So like people got pissed off at Spike about that, but at the same time, I mean, you're just calling it. I think he's calling balls and strikes there. Maybe it shouldn't be that way.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
happens
that's
to be the case.
True. I think that's just true. So I kind of don't understand why, you know, you're trying to make a movie that's more realistic than idealistic. I think that's fine. You know.
Yeah. Well, I think, but people don't like those inconvenient truths, though. You know, they want to know. They don't want to see the sausage being made. You know, and that's actually, that's the reason why I can't watch a lot of cop procedural shows anymore. About special victims units, the only one, and I kind of get fed up with that one a lot of times. But like, there was a period there where they were doing crossover with Chicago PD. And so I ended up watching an episode of Chicago PD because they had a crossover where it started on one and went to the other. And I'm watching this cop, and he's, the typical anti-hero that we've seen for the last 20, 30 years, where, he's the good cop, but in order to get justice, he has to bend the rules and sometimes even break the rules, push the line. And he was basically, really going way beyond. And I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm like, and no one's pulling him back, and no one's saying bad cop, and and I couldn't watch it anymore. I'm like, wow, I can't watch these shows anymore because I see how insidious they are in kind of indoctrinate us into this idea that the good guys have to break the rules. Just like if you look at when Bush W. Bush was president, and we're justifying torture, like, well, but we had to torture in order to get the info, and then to come to find out it wasn't the torture that actually got the information at all. He would tell us lies during because that's what people do. You're being tortured. When they befriended the guy, that's when he rolled over and gave him everything. But they love to put out the lie that, sometimes we just got to pop off and torture somebody, or else you could die. Right. The ends justify the means thing.
I mean, Nathan, you're a storyteller in the comic book vein, and how many stories rely on that exact sort of archetypal structure, right? Where you've got someone who has to kind of break the rules or go beyond what's normally expected or allowed in order to do, be a hero.
The difference is that I was exactly that's about to bring that up. In the comic books, the heroes are always fighting for what we already believe to be the right thing. So, like the discussion we're having right now, the hero would be fighting to make the change that we're talking about. But I can understand how that also would be, when looking at it realistically, obviously, number one, you don't always. I put it like this: in comic books, the heroes always know the right thing to do because they're doing the thing that the majority of people know to be right. But in real life, people have ideas about what they believe to be right, but that doesn't necessarily make it so. If you talk to a member of the KKK, they have an idea of what they believe to be right. That doesn't make it so.
Right.
And surely, if one of them were to, be a superhero or whatever, they would do things in their way. The reason superheroes work is because, or even some of the characters I play, the reason they work is because they're fighting for what we all know to be right, and they're moving the bureaucratic nonsense out of the way. The thing about it is, in reality, that stuff is there for a reason, and when it's followed, things keyword there's typically when they're followed, things do go right. Yeah. But they have to be followed all the way. And a lot of times there's some kind of bug in the system that keeps things from being followed. I mean, if you were to look at procedure, we wouldn't even be talking about George Floyd, because procedure would say, do things this way.
Right.
And this is the right way to do it. Whereas,
and there must be a procedure they're supposed to follow, though. There must be, and they can't be following it. They can't be, and this is the thing. This is why
they weren't.
Not just the fact that they killed the guy. They have him prone on the ground on his face with his hands tied behind his back. At that point, you don't need to pin him down at all.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That would be the whole ideal of the anti-hero is the anti-hero, or even the hero. Many times they're fighting something so bad that they have to go through these methods. But even the heroes, when the hero has the guy down, well, he's down, and he's going to take him to justice. Now, of course, in movies, a lot of times the person pops back up and they'll shoot or something. Of course, you have to shoot the villain or whatever. But typically, the good guy ideology is you don't shoot an unarmed person, you don't kill an unarmed person. Typically, you're fighting fair, all this stuff. that you don't see in reality, which is why we like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right.
Remove the romance.
Hmm?
Remove the lore, and the canon. Batman's a criminal.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
All of them are. Because
Batman
they're all
is a
vigilantes.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I mean, while we were talking, I was thinking about the movie The Dark Knight, which I love the movie. And part of the reason why I think it's so compelling, and part of is obviously the way Heath Ledger played the Joker. But part of it's when he's basically challenging Batman, like he's basically trying to tell Batman, like, you're a bad guy too. You are a bad guy too. And Batman's always like, oh, I got one rule. He's like, and tonight you're gonna break your one rule because I'm gonna push you so far, and even you are gonna go too far because you're gonna justify it. So that's why he's like, well, so if we're gonna be bullshit about the rules, then let's not have rules. But that's the thing. I mean, basically, people have been fed this idea that, the guy who got off on the technicality, which happens very rarely. I mean, it does happen, but it's very rarely that actually happens in the real world. And so of course, people will see the injustice, like, oh, the killer or the rapist got away because somebody fucked up and didn't read him his rights or whatever. But, no one ever thinks about, I think it was Voltaire, the whole, it's better for 10 guilty men to go free than one innocent man to suffer. And people... And I don't know if it's a biblical thing, but people, it's like they feel the need. Someone has to pay the price. And ultimately, they don't really care if it's the right person, as long as somebody.
That's historically true. I mean, when I was about 8 years ago, I went to the Torture Museum, or the Museum of Torture in Amsterdam. Right, and you're walking around this place and you see some pretty grisly things in there in terms of the kinds of machines they would use, and not just the machines, but devices they would use. And the horrifying thought when you're walking through there is these people at the time they were using these devices thought they were civilized people. Right? They thought this was civilization. All right. And there are some of these devices that were so gruesome that all you had to do was show the person the device and they would confess. 99 times out of 100, the people would be getting tortured for the crime of blasphemy. Okay, the thinking, the logic of justice in the late 17th century was this: if you confess to the crime, then you were guilty, and if we torture you, sooner or later you will confess, and therefore torture was justified because we proved you were guilty.
Right.
That was their conception of justice. And I got a good quote from the Star Wars movie, The Clone Wars, the other day, that justice is basically a construct of whoever the ruling power is at the time. Yeah. Oh, my God. I mean, that hit me like a brick. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's exactly right.
Well, Paul, one thing you made me think of when you're talking about the Museum of Torture, as an engineer, it made me think of the really sick part of, like, okay, so people developed a bunch of torture devices, and some were effective and some weren't, or some, that lever gets stuck, their arms get stuck inside the thing when we're trying to clean it out. And so people, before there was even engineers, there was like proto engineers trying to come up with ways to make the torture devices work better. It's an evolution of torture devices, and that's really perverted.
I'm going to describe one for you because it's ridiculously simple and and mind-bogglingly awful. So they have these things that are like a wooden horse. It's basically a block of wood that's about maybe 15 inches square and about 4 feet long. All right, and it's tipped up so the point is at the top and the point is at the bottom and the points are at the sides. Yeah. And what they do is they put these weights that are like 15 pounds each around each ankle and stick you on the fucking thing. And so you confess.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, I can't even, because you might think, oh, that's not so bad. No. I don't care whether you're concave or convex. It's going to hurt like fucking mad.
Yeah.
Oh. So, yeah. And there's other devices in there that are ridiculously simple, but, like I say, I mean, hell, hundreds of years ago, the Chinese developed what they call Chinese water torture, and that's just dripping water on your forehead. And it just makes you realize, I mean, the sadism involved in the fact that how you find that to be torture in the first place is sadistic.
Yeah.
mean, because making grisly devices that rip at your flesh, you can easily see how that's how someone thought that up, because we've trapped animals and shit, for example. But dripping water on someone's forehead till they go crazy, that's some creative torture.
Yeah.
And it takes some study. You don't just think that up. Oh, I know. I'll drip water in his forehead. That'll do it. I mean,
Well, I'm wondering too, and that's something like that. Probably like somebody in a cell that's got a leak, dripping on him, and he's freaking out. Like, hey, that was pretty effective. Let's try that. Well, it's just what is it? Waterboarding. It's a kind of a similar, other thing too. And I know
they drown you.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I remember when Christopher Hitchens volunteered to have it done to him so he could see what it was like. And at first he's like, "Oh, I'm not too sure." And he was under this for like 4 seconds, and he's like, "Holy shit, this is fucking torture, man!" Because and the amounts of water that they're using are nowhere near enough to actually harm you in any real way. But you don't know that, and it feels like you're drowning because you can't breathe. And he was like,
"That you can drown from it. You can. They kill people waterboarding."
Yeah.
Most of the work is done in your brain, though. Like your brain tells you, "Holy fuck, you're gonna die. You're drowning." Yeah, it's torture. It's
and that's the thing that to me is so this the saddest part, because I see what's going on today, and like I said, none of this shit would happen unless our society as a whole thought it was okay. And here's a question. What I would say, if it isn't the society as a whole, then that says the same thing we said before, that about people are nominally supposed to be good, not doing the right thing. So if it's really a minority of people that are actually controlling shit, then what the fuck is wrong with the rest of us for letting them do that?
But in Swordsage, I think, said earlier, I think it was Swordsage, had said, happy societies, healthy societies don't demonstrate.
That was me.
Was it you? Oh,
yeah.
There you go. Just as wise.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the reason why we do have the tiered system that we have. I remember seeing this thing they're talking about, like going back to when chattel slavery started in this country, around the same time that indentured servitude started. So you created a tiered system. So indentured servitude wasn't great, but it had a term limit, and had an ending, had a contract. It was a whole legal thing about it, and so it wasn't. So it was bad, but it wasn't as bad. So you always had somebody lower than you to kick shit onto. And so this shit didn't feel as bad because at least it's not that shit. And the people here that are next level, well, at least we're not those fuckers. So like you said, so what ends up happening is it creates acquiescence, because there's one, the fear of being knocked down to those other levels, and two, like the feeling of superiority because you're not at those levels. That privilege of, hey, well, so it's very easy for the middle class person who doesn't want to rock the boat because, hey, I might lose my shit. I'm not going to risk my shit to help those guys, especially if I've been convinced that they're savages.
Yeah. Listen, guys, we're like 4:14 in. It's like 10 past 4 in the morning where I am. So I am definitely Outsville Daddy-O. All right.
All right.
I very much appreciate the fact that we had so many people show up this week, and I think we've had a vigorous and stimulating conversation that I'm sure the viewers will not be disappointed with. And hopefully Kate will come back next time.
All right.
I love me some Kate, man. I do love Kate. And I understand that people butt heads, and that's partly what the Breakfast Club is here for. We should be big enough to butt heads and not fall out. And I think that's good. I think that's all good. But I understand
herself well.
But it is what it is. It is what it is. I love y'all, and I'm really glad you're here. So yeah, peace and joy, my friends. And I'm going to end the broadcast now. And until I'm probably going to do this again every week until I go to America, and then after that, I'm not going to do it anymore because I'm going to be chilling. I'm going to be chilling with my woman. I'm going to have another occupation for a while. Because I'm gonna have to culture shock as well. I'm honestly shitting bricks, guys and gals, because like my America has changed so much in the 30 years I've been gone. That's abundantly clear to me the whole time I've been here, but it's more strikingly evident now than it's ever been before, because it has changed more in the past 3 years than it had done in the previous 27. So, I think it's been, and now I see why these people call it accelerationism, because Trump has been systematically dismantling the fucking administrative state, just like Steve Bannon said he was going to do before Trump became president. You know what I mean? They have come in here with this plan, and they're not going to go away until they get done with their plan. That's my opinion. And I think they see the writing on the wall that there's a very good chance that Joe Biden will win this election, despite the fact that a lot of Bernie people won't vote for him. I think enough people will hate Trump. It might carry him through. And I think Trump sees that, and I think he's shitting his pants, and I think he's accelerated. I don't necessarily think they wanted to have this race war that they seem to be so desperate to have yet. But I think it's his last card. I think he's down. He's got, okay, here, this is my last ace, because look, Putin doesn't seem to be helping me this time. Curious that, like, he might have his own problems. You know what I mean? So anyway, I don't want. I'm practically starting a whole nother video. I gotta go. I really gotta go.
Good night, Paul.
Peace and love, y'all.
Good night, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks, man.